listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton, on this final Thursday of May? Thanks so much for being with us. And that includes you in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, Gaylord, and Toledo. Welcome, day 4 of us on the Michigan Sports Network, along with the Florida Sports Network. Don't worry, Anthony's back after the holiday. Your long national nightmare will be over in a couple days. How you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, I've been wondering when you give the Michigan cities, like the Port Charlotte folks, the Tampa, St. Pete folks, the Fort Myers, Naples folks, they probably know most of those cities in Michigan because, well, they moved here from there.
Right.
But Lake City's got to be going, Grayling, Gaylord, what the hell are you talking about up there?
Well, you know, listen, they're in North Florida, so I'm sure they're curious to hear, oh, so that's Northern Michigan. Got it. All right. Kind of like us, only up there. Miller and Moulton. You know, please tell me the NBA Finals are going to be decent. Please. Decent. A 6 on a scale of 1 to 10 I'd really like.
Maybe.
Is that asking too much?
No, it's not, David. No, I mean, last night, you could hear it in the announcers' voices in the third quarter when it was still a game, how excited they were to be calling a playoff game that appeared that it was going to have some meaning to it and a little bit of spunk and maybe a finish.
And that was a rock fight also, but they were thrilled. They were like, oh, at least 53-51 mid-third. Oh, my goodness, thank you.
We've had 4 lead changes in this game. That's as many as we've had in the whole series. And then Miami kept shooting threes.
Yeah, you're doing so well with them. Keep chucking. No, fire up another one. No, it's not working. Keep doing it. Yes, hey, the analytics say keep shooting. Yes. Doesn't matter that you're 16% from beyond the arc and 46% from inside the arc. Keep shooting. That's what some Princeton guy in the front office is telling you. You know, guys, you really need to keep shooting the 3.
Now, you finally have the right voice with the person. That is the voice in my head of anybody that's doing analytics all the time.
I think Roger Goodell works for the Miami Heat. Yep. Okay. Unbelievable. Great win for the Celtics, though, and take advantage of the opportunity. No sense coming back to Miami if you're Boston. Get this thing done, go to the finals. But with the way these playoffs have gone, been schizophrenic.
It is, and this is where the game just becomes a tough watch. Because we knew it was going to be defensive, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But when you're at one point, I think in the third quarter, they were 1 for 14 from outside the arc.
Keep shooting.
Maybe try to get an easy bucket.
Yeah, maybe. Just a thought.
You shot 13 of 14 from the line. Maybe drive, get fouled, and try to get a couple of free throws.
Paul in our Twitch chat room, and by the way, the Miller and Moulton Twitch.tv channel. You can follow us, subscribe to us, watch us, chime in the Twitch chat room. Paul wants to know, has Felipe? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say he's about a -2. He has uttered 3 words and 1 grunt so far this morning. He's been here since 20 minutes after 5. In 45 minutes, 3 words and a grunt. Remember, he's 21. Remember what you were like at 21? Took these things hard. It was personal. This is very important in your life. He doesn't have a serious lady yet. You know, there's no distractions. College is over. A lot of his friends have gone back to wherever they is. He's stuck with 2 guys in their 50s in the Miami Heat. That's his life right now. So, I mean, think about it. He's depressed. And if your life was Miller and Moulton and a basketball team that's about to be eliminated,
I think offended is the word that I'm looking for.
whoa, what? The Heat offended you last night?
Oh, they offended me. They've been offending me for the last couple days.
They were offensive the way they played last night in the third quarter, in fourth quarter. I will say that.
Do you remember when you, as a personal affront when your team underperformed? How dare they?
I had forgotten feeling like this. It's so long ago.
Please do not change your mood the whole rest of the show. I want grumpy, offended Felipe.
Offended. Have you ever been offended because of your team? And please tell me when the last time it was.
You know what?
That's the text line right there. That's what I want to know.
That should be the poll question. Have you ever been offended by your sports
Oh,
team?
no. Because the answer is yes.
Overwhelmingly yes. It's just how long ago it was.
Right. How old were you the last time you were offended? That's a better question. But, Felipe, if you're listening to Sports Talk Radio, you have taken it personally how your team has played on at least 117 occasions.
I think when Michigan State lost to Nebraska a few years back, it's when I was still a diehard and I may have put a hole in a door. That was the last time I was offended, about 7 years ago.
I mean, are you serious? Did you watch the game?
Yeah,
well,
I did.
We tried as long as I could. It was, you got to remember, I'm a Knicks fan. All right. So I've seen bad basketball for basically my adult life. And I have to hold on to an era in which the best teams that they ever had couldn't pass, dribble, or shoot. And those were the best teams that the Knicks have had in the last 50 years. Okay. So I can embrace bad basketball, Felipe. And even I watched the Heat last night and went, oh, my goodness.
I was so excited. The second half starting, at least it's close.
That's 5-point game at the half. We got a game. Yay.
We exchanged a couple leads in the third quarter. We went back and forth a little bit.
Yes.
But you see the way that you're describing the way that you were feeling? That is why I was offended.
Listen, Felipe, as long as your teams, see, you're up 2, down 2. If it's close, who cares how they're playing? You'll take an 84-83 win.
Of course.
Right. So don't be offended by the style of play.
You knew at some point this would be the style of play.
Yes.
These are two teams that pride themselves on playing defense first.
What did we say? We thought the average score was going to be 95-90 in this series.
But you keep on proposing close scores. That was not the case here.
No, well, I know that, but it was mid-third. And then, well, the Heat decided they were done for the night.
Right. They decided to play 2.5 quarters.
They just, couldn't muster up anymore. That's all. Let's shoot another 3.
Clank.
We'll try it again.
And I know he was wide open. The back-to-back threes by Oladipo summed up the entire game to me. Mid-third, he has 2 wide open looks and shot him 2 feet over the basket each time. That summed up what Miami did offensively in the third quarter.
By the way, JS in our Twitch chat room, I am offended by Dan Snyder daily. We can just start the list. We get people to open up on a Thursday. They can see the weekend from here. They could shut it down right now. I mean, most people listening go, I got one more good work day in me.
Or one more big thing I've got to accomplish before the week's over.
Yes.
You know what? I've got to get X done. Once I get that done, I'm pretty much on cruise control.
But if we get them off on this tangent, when was the last time you were offended by your favorite team?
The key word is FSN Radio, and the number is 21,000. And I really would like to hear these today.
Because this could just get people going right off into the ditch. Next thing you know, it's 9 a.m. They're sitting at a terminal. They're on their way into work or what have you, and their mind is thinking about some game in 1994. And they're lost. That's it. It's over. All of a sudden, their friends start texting amongst one another. Why'd those two yahoos and filling in for a week, too? have to bring this up.
Michigan fan can just pick the time they've been offended in the last decade.
Well, I was going to say last 3-4 years. I mean, my goodness, they're on a little bit of a drought right now.
And obviously last year was terrific.
Well, for Michigan.
Right.
Right.
No,
Well,
I just mean the University of, but I mean, just think of what they've been offended by in the last decade.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention if you're a Tigers fan.
Well,
right
they're right. And Wings and Pistons. Oh, yeah. No. Lions, Tigers, Bears. Oh, my.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
And this guy's offended in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Exactly.
Offending those who have been offended far more.
How dare they perform like that? I consider it a personal affront.
That wasn't basketball
Listen,
at all. That was the furthest thing from basketball.
I'm not going to get any disagreement from the two of us. Shoot another one.
Why would you deviate from a style that has been working all season? Dribble handoffs, post-ups, cuts. I'm not going to.
He's in pain. This is a therapy
He's rolling.
session. Yeah.
I'm letting him go.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Look, oh, man, he's got his head in his hand.
He wants to fall asleep today, but he's so upset he can't.
He couldn't fall asleep right now. He's.
I was doing the sacrifice cobra last night a lot, as they call it. You put your hands on your head.
Oh, trust me, we do sports for a living.
I gotta describe it to radio. You know, we don't have.
Trust me, everybody they're sports fans.
Yeah, that's true.
They know all about it.
Sacrifice cobra.
Yeah, sacrifice cobra, turtle. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we all do it. Yep. In the stands, in our house, absolutely. Did you slam anything last night? Did you throw anything?
Nope.
No, not
Just
even
stood there
like
in
Nerf
silence.
paper, nothing. Oh, wow. You internalized it.
Mm-hmm.
Or did you watch alone, or did you have your buddies?
No,
over?
there were people around me.
Any Celtics fans?
No, thank God.
Because I know you have friends that are Celtics fans, right?
No, actually, I don't. No, actually, no, I do.
Just not for these 2 weeks.
I have written them off.
Haven't talked to him in a while. You should give him a call today. That'll cheer you up. Miller and Moulton. He's a college football coach, had a few things to say yesterday. We'll see whether or not you agree with him. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Maybe you should be a hitting coach. You know anything about hitting?
I mean, look at the backdrops.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
I don't know if it's still called AT&T Park, but where the Giants play.
PNC Field, I think, isn't it?
No, PNC is where the.
Oh, that's Pittsburgh.
That's Pittsburgh. But
Yeah.
We were just talking. We're like, God, I want to go see a game there,
it
don't
is
you?
so beautiful.
Isn't it?
I went there one time.
They paid for that themselves, you know.
What'd you say?
The Giants paid for that themselves.
Interesting.
They were leveraging to come to Tampa. They were coming to St. Pete.
Because the Giants, what?
The Giants were coming to St. Pete in the early 90s. Yeah. They wanted out a candlestick in the city and wouldn't do anything for them and what have you. And I believe the team was sold. And they just decided, you know what, we're going to do this. And I think what the city's contribution was, they helped them get a great piece of real estate. But they said, but the rest is on you. So they built that thing. That's all them.
Awesome.
Yeah. Which I think is part of the reason also why the community, you know. And then I think one of the first teams they had, wasn't it like the Bonds team that won like 103
early, yeah.
games? The 93 Giants won 103 games.
Mm-hmm.
And it just,
It was meant to
it's
be.
been like 30 years of sellouts, basically. We're damn
And I was
close.
down in that area when a game was going on. I didn't go to the game, but just everybody walking around the city is in Giants gear around that area. You almost got to be to New York to see something like that.
Yep.
Oh, to be a Giants fan is a pretty great life.
Yeah, just as long as you're not playing the Dodgers, because then apparently you want to harm each other.
Yeah, that's not pretty.
No, it's not. You look like you've lost a few pounds. You look skinnier in the face.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe
That
it's
sure
the-
looks good on you, man.
Maybe it's the stubble.
Maybe.
No, but I'm not.
Thank
in the
you.
face, in the face, you look just a little thinner.
You still been working out, Mark?
This week's been a bad week.
See, I love you. I'm paying attention. I noticed your
I
haircut.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
By the way, on top of everything, during this game, the Heat game last night, I played basketball for 3 hours yesterday. I got a cramp like no other. I was yelling and hollering during the third quarter because I couldn't feel my leg. So I know that contributes nothing, but yeah, I was also in pain.
Thanks, Ammo.
Oh, wow, E. Last day before 2 weeks. Good for you.
Paul asked Philly, was Miami's inability to hit the three epic?
Ha ha ha.
That's funny.
That's well played.
Way to
Funny's
pay attention,
funny.
Paul.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
what you get, Felipe.
Yeah, that's
You put it out there, it comes a lot harder at you.
Don't look at me. Look at those damn Miami Heat.
this is epic.
But in all seriousness, no, my
What was epic? What was you guys? Twins.
Oh, a Twins
Angels.
Angels.
Yeah, epic.
Playoff series
would be
epic. No, actually,
Epic.
it wouldn't.
No, it would be the furthest
wouldn't-
thing from epic.
It wouldn't be epic in Minneapolis, St. Paul, or Orange County.
I think the closest thing to playoff hockey is playoff baseball. Playoff baseball is awesome. Electric. No, the Heat don't deserve a we, coach.
Oh, they're not we anymore.
Today they're not we. No.
Whoa! Oh
can't do
no,
that.
that's
No. I'm not
wrong.
allegiance.
That's
I am just
wrong.
referring to them as they.
No, that's wrong. No,
I'm not throwing away my allegiance.
Nope,
Why don't you just put the Boston Celtics jersey on?
No,
Yes, that's
everyone
wrong.
relax.
that's wrong.
You need to relax. There's still another game.
That's right. There is one more game in
Right.
the series.
Correct. There's one more game.
Michigan and Florida, home to Major League Baseball, where the cold weather team plays outside and the warm weather team plays inside. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Why is it we park in a driveway and drive in a parkway? Miller and Moulton here on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. Thanks so much for being with us. We had a bit of an epiphany during the commercial break. Young Felipe refers to all his Miami sports teams as we.
And we, being Miller and Moulton, give him a very hard time about that.
Yes.
When you make the transition from fan to working in the business, try to drop the we's as much as possible.
As you have said, and you have been the one that has laid the charter by the ground rules that we go by on this topic. If you are an alum, if you have paper on the wall, you get to refer to, or if you are a part of the organization in some way, you get to refer to said team as we.
Yeah, I'd suppose I'd let a Packer stockholder call him we.
Yes. Yes. Even though it's for show, that's okay. You know what? We'll grandfather you in.
Right.
But otherwise, come on now. It's not we. You either have to work for them or graduate from them. That's we. Young Felipe has not worked for nor graduated from any team in South Florida, yet he refers to all of them as we until this past commercial break in which the Miami Heat suddenly became
they.
Can't
Look,
do that.
I like basketball. I play basketball. That wasn't a basketball team last night.
Wow. He's taking this so damn hard. It's one game. Okay.
One game?
He's making it sound like he has never seen the Miami Heat play before. All right.
Oh, no, I have.
Oh, no. Please hold on.
Okay, my bad.
The Miami Heat, they're very good at winning. They have had a lot of success. They've done a decent amount of it not looking very good. See, the problem is he had the LeBron years. He thinks that's how basketball has always been played in South Florida. He missed out on the morning years.
I'll admit I was spoiled in that sense.
Spoiled?
Oh, yeah.
All right. That's, that's like a Pistons fan. Okay. In which, you watch the team play a certain style. There was a time when they were winning games 88-83. Also.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Yeah, actually it is.
No, I don't mind the defense. I actually love the defense in the low-scoring 80s final scores basketball because, by the way, the Big Three era games ended like that as well because they were the best offensive and defensive team. But that's not my point. My actual analysis on this is that we need a Tyler Hero. And I brought back the we right there. Boom. If you want to give me...
We need a Tyler Hero.
It's funny. I thought everybody needs a Joe Burrow.
Everybody does need a Joe Burrow.
Now suddenly we're willing to settle for a Tyler Hero.
6th man of the year, Tyler Hero.
Did you ever know that you're my hero? I'm sorry.
See what you just brought us to? I blame you for that, Felipe.
Let me ring the bell really quick.
No, Miller and Moulton on this Thursday before Memorial Day weekend. The last functional day. We're all just going to kind of fake it tomorrow. I mean, if
we won't.
No. Yeah, actually, we will.
Well, we kind of do every day.
Right. That's true. I talk sports for a living. But yes, we will be here tomorrow. That we will.
We have this is our dedication to Michigan show today.
Kind of, sort of. We have a couple of guests who, their phone number has Detroit area code connections to it. One works in Detroit. One just played their college ball there, covers basketball at large.
Right, but he's a UAD guy. Rashad Phillips, he'll join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Matt Shepard, voice of the Tigers, will join us in the 7 o'clock hour. So a little Michigan-esque to the show today.
Yeah. Did you see what Lane Kiffin had to say?
I did. I like Lane.
You and I do like Lane.
Lane is very honest.
Think so. I mean, he's trying to play people also, but I think he's willing to give you more of the truth than 95% of those out there.
And Lane, called college football professional sports.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he did. He said, come on now. I mean, we need to be honest about this. Right now, he goes, listen, it's not about facilities. It's not about relationships with coaches. It's not. He goes, I lost a recruit the other day. I've known the kid 3 years. Know the family, know the coaches, the whole deal. He went with another school. He had never talked to the coach before. They offered him more money. He goes, and he said, hey, I can't blame the kid. He goes, like, we wouldn't do the same. He said, what do you think they do in pro sports when they reach free agency? Which essentially, when you're coming out of high school, you're reaching free agency. If you want to enter the transfer portal, which you can now do every year, what are you doing? You are reaching free agency. When you reach free agency in sports, what do? He
You
said,
get paid.
He said, you take the most money. He goes, I don't blame these kids at all. He goes, I've always thought they should be compensated more than the scholarship.
In an article in Sports Illustrated, Lane said, we are a professional sport, and they are professional players. They can get out whenever they want. And that's how it's not being seen that unless there are changes. Rules around caps and contracts. How is every elite college player not at the end of their season entering the portal?
These collectives, you basically made what was cheating before legal. You had no rules behind it. You've created something that was going to have a ton of issues. To think these things weren't going to go this direction once you allow boosters to do whatever they wanted. And he brings up something, Mark, and we've been all over this. But we said, we'll take this mess. I'd rather clean it up with the kids getting compensated than with the way it was before. And we could be wrong.
Right, and Lane's not opposed to players getting paid. Players should get paid. They do the work. Why that should be limited to a scholarship check, I agree. I disagree with. And they shouldn't all be paid equal. That's not what happens in the real world. There's just not a system. It was okay, open it up, no system behind it. And that's facts.
The other part that he said, which I don't think we've taken into consideration, at least not on the air, he goes, here's the problem you're going to have. Let's just say the collectives or the boosters are paying Miller $1 million a year in NIL, and they're paying Moulton $100,000. Well, in practice, Moulton's out playing Miller. I got to play Moulton. How do you think the boosters are going to handle that? They got $1 million sitting on the bench. They come up to you and go, why is Miller not playing? And Kiffin's like, well, because Moulton's better. And they're like, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, my money's sitting on the bench. Okay, if you don't play my guy, I'm going to stop paying for your players. And Kiffin goes, that's the next step, in which boosters are essentially going to be dictating to the coaches who play, because that's who they're paying. And I got to admit, I had never thought of that.
Not once.
And I don't think he's that far off base.
That would really be unfortunate for the game of college football.
You know what? I love you. I love you. You are so young. Okay, honestly, I just want to come over and just give you a hug and go, oh, you sweet soul, you. All right, you're hopefully going to have a long and happy and healthy life. But man, oh man.
Is my sports brain just so naive?
I don't know about you. I look at him and go, was I like that? Was I like that?
I don't think you were. I think I was. I was a little more gullible than I think you were.
Look at that sweet soul.
I know.
I you know what? I don't want to say anything to upset him. I just want him. I just want him to live in that land for as long as possible.
Stay right there.
Yes. It's like before the baby comes out of the womb, you know.
Everything's all innocent.
They're surrounded by that fluid, and everything's just great and so soft sounding. Then the doctor slaps you on the ass, and we becomes they.
Miller and Moulton, we thank you for listening right here on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. FLGolfCarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
They have a winner-take-all game today.
So they're playing another team that's 1-1?
No, they're playing a team that's 0-2, but wins the tiebreaker if they lose to them. Well,
Or is it run differential or something?
well, it depends. It would either be head-to-head or by seeding. They lose them both ways. It's
Gotcha.
complicated. If it's a two-way tie, it's head-to-head. If it's a three-way tie, they go by seeding. So it takes the regular season into account, and FGCU is the lowest seeded team in that pool.
Gotcha.
So basically, the game they won yesterday was meaningless because they have to win today. Now, if they win today, it'll make them the 2 seed in a 4-seeded tournament. Right. And so they'll be the home team in a semifinal, which, the advantage of batting last.
I did just see the McKinnon goal during that. Holy.
Those not 80s, Edmonton?
I don't know how I missed it because I had the game on at 3, Yeah,
that was. He did say afterwards, he said, we got to get grittier. We got to get tougher. He goes, we got to close games like that out.
Well,
I know. Hey, your buddy can't lose 2 more.
No.
I don't care that they just extended him. That'd be over. That would be over. I don't know if I like Brunette's chances. Did you see what the GM said yesterday?
No.
Although the GM did agree with him. He said, yeah, I thought the only game that we played that was worthy of a playoff effort was game 4.
Brunette's chances for what? Coach of the year?
Keeping the job.
Keeping the job.
Oh, keeping the job.
GM's not happy.
Damn.
Players came out yesterday and basically in mass were like, he needs to stay as coach, which I got to admit, if I'm the general manager, I'm not real interested in making the players happy right now.
No, I'm not either.
Right.
That's one more reason I may want to call Barry Trotz. Not interested in your guys' happiness. You guys seem to be enjoying life in South Florida a little too much.
That stadium is a little too close to the Hard Rock Casino. Wasn't Brunette a recently retired NHL player?
I mean, it doesn't look very old, but
yeah, like I
there
think
might be another
40s.
one though. Joe Thornton was really honest. He was asked, and he said, "I got to admit,
no, he hasn't played for 10 years in
Yeah,
the
he's
league."
48.
Joe Thornton goes, yeah, I didn't see this sweep coming at all. He said, I've been around a while, kind of shocked by this. chose Florida because he thought he could finally win the cup there, of whatever his choices were.
And Kiffin said college football players are professional athletes, right? Got that right? It says college football is a professional sport.
Yeah. We're a professional sport, and they are professional players. So we're working with a real production company, apparently, doing Wisconsin Stadium. It's like production people. They brought the truck and their staffing and everything. Sent out an email going, yeah, we'll have a 9:30 meeting before the 11 o'clock game. I'm like, well, I'll be there at 10:15. I said, well, why don't you take the final hour off of your show? I go, yeah, that's my full-time job. I don't think so. I go, been doing this 35 years. I think I'll be good. Okay. Besides, John takes the lead. I said, John could be at the meeting. He could just tell me what I have to do. I'll do it.
Here we go.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Although, when Florida whooped them, all right, kind of made the decision look good now.
Absolutely.
I mean, they were still sore about it, but kind of backed up the decision. Miller and Moulton here on the Michigan and Florida Sport Networks for this week. Anthony will be back on the Michigan Sports Network after the holiday. We ready?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go.
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
We like to start with football no matter what's going on. Something we have yet to mention, Colin Kaepernick got a tryout yesterday with the Raiders. The 34-year-old quarterback who last played in 2016. I had forgotten this. Remember where he went to college? Nevada. His last visit with an NFL team was 5 years ago, May of 2017. The Seahawks wanted to sign him to back up Russell Wilson. The word was, they said, could you just not kneel for the anthem? And he said, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And they said, okay, we'll get back to you. And never got back to him. So we'll see. I mean, they lost Mariota. So they need a backup quarterback. Nevada judge ruled in favor of John Gruden on 2 motions yesterday, opening up the likelihood that he'll get a jury trial. And this judge denied the NFL motion for this matter to be settled via arbitration. The case will go to trial unless a settlement is reached.
NFL better settle. I don't think they want this to go to trial.
If you're John Gruden, you interested in settling? I don't think this is about the money with Gruden. I mean, don't get me wrong. He wants his money, but that's, I think, more if the Raiders are trying not to pay him, and I have not heard that at all. What do you think the odds are that the NFL can get Gruden to settle? I think he wants his pound of flesh.
Yeah, like 1 in 10, like a 10% chance they could get him to settle. I'm with you, but I think the NFL puts on the full court press to try to settle now. They don't want this going to court.
Of course they don't. They never want things going to court. They're going to appeal this, but most legal experts say that they think Gruden has the winning hand in terms of the jurisdiction and what kind of trial that he could get. Remember, There's this thing called discovery. Mark, I would just keep saying no. See, you know me. I would throw away $100 million for a pound of flesh.
Oh, like nobody I know, David. I'd be jumping on your back, tackling you, going, David, we need to take the money.
The hell with that! I want them to pay! And I don't mean in cash.
Sounds about right to me.
It's exactly how this show has worked, ladies and gentlemen, for 15 years. That's why
we've never really gotten either, paid or a pound of flesh. There's a couple of pounds that we really want, too.
Although, let me tell you, there is one person out there in which I know the roles would be reversed. I would be saying, Mark, this is the best we're going to get. And you'd be saying, I don't care if I get a dime.
I want my $900.
They're offering us 100,000. Yes, but they have to keep it quiet. Celtics are up 3-2 in the Eastern Conference Finals. They beat Miami 93-80, in large part because the Heat decided they would just shoot threes, and they only made 7 of them. They were 7 for 45 from 3, which is funny because they were 23 of 49 from 2. I mean, that's 46, 47%. How about if you shoot more 2s? No?
Maybe get a little confidence.
No?
How about a couple of bunnies?
Celtics can return to the finals with a win in Boston tomorrow. Big third quarter was the difference. Boston doubled up Miami 32-16 to go from down 5 at the half to up 11 after 3. Jaylen Brown at 25 points, most of those in the second half. To further the point that we have been talking about the NBA playoffs as a whole, in the last 2+ weeks, there have been 16 playoff games. Care to guess what the average margin of victory is in those 16 games?
Ooh, this is a good question. I'm going to say 14.
All right, one at a time.
14 and 15. Sorry, we did the simultaneous game there. Used to be big on radio.
18 points.
My
average margin of victory in the last 2+ weeks in the playoffs. Golden State tries to return to the finals. Game 5 tonight. They're at home. The Warriors are a 7-point favorite against the Mavs. The St. Louis Blues staved off elimination last night. Colorado was trying to advance to the conference finals for the first time in 20 years. They led 3-0 mid-second. Blues came back, tied it with 5 minutes to go. Nathan McKinnon has an end-to-end rush, which will probably be the best goal of his Hall of Fame career. It was spectacular. It was Bobby Orr-esque, end-to-end. Blues pull the goalie. You remember the Panthers Cap series? Washington game 4. They're up 2-1 in the game and the series, and the defenseman went for the open net from three-quarter ice. Missed it by that much. And the Panthers get the faceoff back in the zone on icing. Puck never leaves the zone. They score. They tie it. They win in overtime. It completely changed the series. And the debate was, do you just get to the blue line and dump it in, play it safe, or do you go for the empty net? Landeskog, in the final 2 minutes, had a shot at the empty net. Doesn't take it. Just kind of veers to the side and dumps it in. Plays it safe. Blues come down, keep it in the zone, score. So we've seen it now in the playoffs 2-3 weeks apart, where the defenseman has done it both ways, and both times his team got burned.
Backfired. Yep.
Right. Game 5 tonight, Battle of Alberta. Edmonton tries to advance to the conference finals for the first time in 16 years. Game 5 in Carolina, where the Hurricanes are 6-0 in the playoffs, which is good because they're 0-5 on the road. Series tied at 2 with the Rangers. One other hockey note, well, a couple of them actually. Tom Wilson of the Caps, ACL surgery, out 6 to 8 months. Joe Thornton said he's undecided on whether or not he'll come back for a 25th season. And the Panthers GM Bill Zito was quoted yesterday as saying he's less than thrilled with the team's effort in the series against the Lightning, with the exception of Game 4. He goes, I thought that's the type of effort you have to put forth in the playoffs. First 3 games, not so much. Does that sound like the coach is coming back to you?
I don't think so.
Baseball, Rays with 5 in the first. Hold on to beat the Marlins 5-4. Tigers double up the Twins 4-2 and 10. Candelario with the 2-run homer in the 10th to win it. Stanton placed on the IL with a calf injury. It's just 10 days, knock on wood. Yankees beat the Orioles 2-0. Jake Berger with a 3-run homer. White Sox beat the Red Sox 3-1. Braves hit 3 homers, doubled up the Phils 8-4. Listen, put yourself in the shoes of Tom Zapucki. Career minor,
Just have to spell your name all those times.
So you're a career minor leaguer. I mean, you're in your mid-20s, though. And you get the call. Major League's your first start. You've got the dreams of what it's going to be like. The dream probably is not 1 1/3 innings, 9 runs, 4 homers.
That's not the dream. That's the nightmare.
Holy. Evan Longoria homered in the first and second inning against them. Man. Not only that, your ERA is what? The national debt of Bolivia?
Somewhere close to that.
Man. Brewers with 2 in the 7th, edge the Padres 2-1. That keeps the Dodgers in first, even though they lost to Washington 1-0. Nats had lost 9 in a row to L.A. Reds beat the Cubs 4-3.
Where are you going to go?
Joey Votto with a homer and 3 RBIs. Oakland beat the Mariners for the second straight day 4-2. They're actually ahead of Seattle in the standings. Pretty tough. Most disappointing team in baseball so far? Seattle's on the short list. They're even ahead of Detroit.
They are, because Seattle is expected to contend for a playoff spot this year.
Right. Houston, 2-1 over Cleveland. They extend their lead to 2 in the West because the Angels lost to Texas 7-2. Trout and Ohtani 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts.
That's how you lose to Texas.
Pittsburgh doubled up Colorado 10-5. They scored 8 runs in the last 3 innings. That's how you win. Tennis, Nadal and Djokovic advance at the French. For Rafa, it's his 300th win just in the Grand Slams. Think about it. You can only win 7. You can win 7 matches per Grand Slam. He's got 300 wins in the slams. He's lost 3 times at Roland Garros, yet he's the 5th seed. I kind of like the way Wimbledon does it. They go, yeah, we don't care what the rankings are. We just go by the players and the surface. That guy's a clay courter. Don't care if he's ranked 2nd in the world. We'll seed him 14th.
They're right more than they're wrong at Wimbledon.
This guy right here, 23rd in the world. Not on this surface, he's not. We'll rank him 9th. LPGA, the match play got underway yesterday. It takes 3 days to get out of group play. The Charles Schwab Challenge, which used to be known as the Colonial, gets underway today at Colonial in Texas. And I think that's it. That's all I got. That was the starting 5. RCB in our Twitch chat room from Gruden, maybe a written apology from Goodell. Oh, no. Nope. Remember, if he gets his money from the Raiders, which I think he's going to, that's $100 million. You don't need a dime from the NFL. Okay. I want the truth. That's what I want.
He wants those emails to come out. He
Damn
wants.
Right. Yep. This was a hatchet job. You guys went out of your way to bury me. I'm going to go out of my way to bury you. This is personal.
Because I'm never coaching in that league again, and I actually like being a part of that league. And you took that away from me.
Yep.
Outside of Roger Goodell resigning, there's not much in a settlement that Gruden's going to take.
In fact, I could see him in a room in which, let's just say they're winning. And the NFL goes, what would it take? And Gruden going, him resigning.
You want to end this?
Yeah.
He resigns.
I'll take the USFL settlement. He resigns. Give me $1. Oh, pay my legal fees. Guys, bill him whatever you want. Come on now. Come on.
No, I
think of all of us out there. We have a livelihood. Also, at the age that Gruden is, I mean, what? He's in his early 50s now, right? I mean, think about it. He's hoping, he's going to live a while here. He could have done this for a lot longer. I mean, it might be late 50s.
Well, and the way that he went out, I mean, he was doing all the quarterback stuff. I mean, I don't know if he runs back to ESPN. I don't know what job he has going forward.
Well, I don't know if they'll hire him.
That's what I mean.
First off, the emails, what they said, but the more important thing is they're a partner with the NFL.
Right.
The NFL is going to be like, you can't hire him.
Bingo.
I mean, that's the whole thing with Phil and Phil was going to be in the booth. Well, now, I mean, you're CBS, you're NBC, you're in bed with the PGA Tour. If Phil jumped ship and,
what's Gruden going to do? Break down quarterbacks for the Action Network?
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, any of the broadcast partners, it's not like the streaming services will hire him either, because the NFL will look at him and go, just so you know, if you hire him, this is your last contract with us. I mean, is this guy really worth this? But, Mark, I'm telling you, there is nothing they could offer me. Nothing they could offer me to get me to settle. That includes $100 million. Honestly, I would take the pound of flesh.
But who would you play for the $100 million? A&M or Ole Miss?
We're back to that, are we? We're pros, damn it. Now, in that case, it's whoever offers me more. I don't care about facilities. I don't care about pounds of flesh.
Just give me the damn money.
The other one, all I care about is a pound of flesh. See, it's two very different professional leagues, pro and college.
Separated by lawsuits. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Matt Shepard, voice of the Tigers, next hour right here on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes,
Nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles. Check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, Canada Relief. It's interesting about the Raiders. New GM, new head coach, brutal division, tougher of the two conferences. Well, right now, Snyder's going to be on Goodell's side because he wants to stay in the league and stay in good graces and have investigations continue to be shut down and whitewashed and all that. But if Snyder ever gets forced out, my guess is Snyder will help Gruden.
Here we go.
You are listening listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on both the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks this week. Anthony will be back on the Michigan Sports Network in the mornings after the Memorial Day weekend. He just took a week off, and since the same people own both, they figured they'd take the Florida show and air it up in Michigan and hope that there aren't too many complaints. So far, I think we've kept it to a dull roar. So
good morning, Grand Rapids.
Hello. So we're talking a little bit about Lane Kiffin's comments about college football. By the way, Matt Shepard, voice of the Tigers, in about 35 minutes, Rashad Phillips to talk hoop. 1 hour from now, the former standout at the University of Detroit, who's been on our show for many a year. It just happens that our two worlds collide this week. So Lane Kiffin said, listen, I mean, can we just call this what it is? All right, we're a professional sport now, and they're professional players.
And it looks as if the coaches want a cap. I mean, that seems to be the one word that comes out as a cap, and I don't know how they get it, because in order for a cap, doesn't there need to be some sort of collective bargaining?
Well, and they have to be employees. And yes, you then they will have the student athletes who will no longer be student athletes. They'll be athletes. They'll be players. And then, yes, they will have to unionize. And my guess is it'll be a weak union. It's another reason why I think the powers that be that are pushing for this direction to go is they know we'll have it all over them. I mean, they have limited opportunities to play. I mean, they got to be here 3 years. They don't want to be here more than 5. They want to move on to the next thing. We got them. We got them. Only so many places to play. Far more of them than us. I think they'd love to professionalize this based on what the new status quo is, Mark, versus, oh, wait, want to professionalize this? Have a cap?
They do. And by they, I think we mean athletic directors and coaches that are starting to see what is happening with the NIL in these collectives. I don't know if it's going to be as easy to talk university presidents into making college athletes employees.
Well, and we're going to, I think, go all over the place here, but I just want to throw this out there. It's almost like an intangible. But I have always felt that the difference between Saturdays and Sundays was a feeling. That the crowd is very different Saturday to Sunday. Oftentimes, the people in the stands Saturday have a direct connection to the product. They went to the school. Their kids are on the field or cheerleading or go to the school. Why? Because one of the two parents went to the school. I send money to this school.
And I think the big part, because not all parents have kids that play, but all parents may have kids that go to the school, and it's generational, where you can have 3 and 4 generations that all went to Ole Miss or Michigan or wherever.
And so there's that connection, which makes Saturdays different than Sundays. Some people say, oh, it's a collegial, whatever. And I have always wondered, Mark, now that the money is out in the open, is that feeling that I cling to that separates Saturdays from Sundays, is that feeling going to be lost? Will the people in the stands on Saturdays who may also go to games on Sundays? I mean, we did the doubleheader the one time in Louisiana. We did an LSU game on a Saturday and a Saints game on a Sunday. And there were people at both Alabama, LSU on Saturday, and then they went to the Saints Bucks on Sunday. It's a totally different crowd, and it's a different feeling.
Well, and that of all places is the toughest one to judge, because I'll put an LSU college game up against any college game that there is for a unique atmosphere. It doesn't feel as collegiate as Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State. I'm just naming places I've been. You've been to a lot more now college games and college stadiums than I have. LSU has a different feel completely than every other college stadium in the land.
Well, and we also went to a night game, and so that is true. That might be at the very top of the Saturday experience. But even in Michigan, all right,
But
how
no,
many people are in the big house on a Saturday and in at the Lions game on a Sunday? All right, but it's a different feel.
Totally.
And I'm wondering if the money is this blatantly out in the open, even though many of us always thought it was going on in private. It's almost like finding out the inner workings of the mob. Okay. I kind of liked it when I didn't know. Now it's all going to be out in the open. We end up with making them employees and salary caps. Well, I mean, then what? You got holdouts? The players could strike. We don't like the terms. I mean,
okay, those are all tentacles of what your initial question was. And you're putting a lot of supposeds out there, but I will answer the question very simply on your original premise. I think it will largely stay the same in the stands, David, at least for a while, because of just a simple fact of how hard it is to get tickets to any of these stadiums. That just like the people we talk about, it is generational for those that have held tickets. It also comes with a chunk of money that you're sending to the university. It's not a season ticket wait list in the way that a pro game is. These tickets are more passed down to family members than they are given back. And I don't see, and I could be incredibly naive, David, but I don't see the Bull Gator, which for those of you in Michigan is the largest donor of the Gator fans. And I don't know what they're called in East Lansing or Ann Arbor. In East Lansing, it's just the two guys that gave all the money. I don't know what the hell else it is.
It's those two.
It's those two that gave the $9 million.
What do we call them? Whatever they want.
Whatever they would like to be called. Brought to you by, just remember to say brought to you by Rocket Mortgage.
Got that right.
So I could be incredibly naive, but I think with the collectives, and that's why I was a big fan of the collective from the get-go, because for $20 a month, I feel like I've got a piece of the team now, even more than what I was giving before. I think some fan bases will feel more involved, to your earlier point of what Lane Kiffin said. What happens now when all the money's going to Moulton and Miller outplays them in camp?
Lane Kiffin says it's coming. It's coming when the booster all of a sudden shows up and damn near may walk into a team meeting and go, what the hell is going on out there?
But it is the crux of our poll question today. Lane Kiffin said we are a professional sport and they are professional players. Do you agree with him? Right now, 3 of 4 agree with him.
Which I then have a follow-up. Are you okay with that? Because, we've been doing this a while, not just together, but we also did it apart. And we did it in this market, but we also did it in other markets. I've always been told by the college fan, they didn't want to be pro sports. They didn't. I mean, the really tried and true diehard college fan, a lot of them don't even like pro sports, or they don't like it nearly as much. Saturday is my day. I'm a college basketball fan over an NBA fan, in which you then want to take them aside and go, well, the really good ones there go over there. Yeah, I'd like them better over here. Oh, okay. But you know who I'm talking about.
David, I'm with them all the time.
So if the business part of the sport is every bit what Sundays is it still college? Does it lose that feeling, if you know what I mean? It's almost like, when the ma and pa shop goes corporate. The product may be identical, but it doesn't feel that way to the consumer. There's a part of them that goes, I liked them when it was just Ben and Jerry's.
David, you're totally right. The little restaurant that goes to the new location, serving the same stuff, but it's not the dive corner bar. It's not
Right.
your joint anymore. Now it's a nice restaurant, or
Right.
it's a little nicer.
I kind of liked it when it was at the place where we had to wait an hour to get a table.
Yeah.
Now we can walk right in. I don't know. It's just not the same.
It's a dadgum good point.
I mean, am I crazy?
No, you're not. You're not. But the way it's being done in some places right now, I can see where the fan base thinks that they have more ownership of the team than less.
Well, certain members of the fan base certainly will. As for the money, there was an interesting part of this article. At least I thought so. So it's 2019 information. And I know we're coming up on a break. This may carry over. So Lane Kiffin, first off, thinks there's like 3 tiers of programs now. There's like the top 8 or 10. They can do whatever they want, get whatever they want, money, players, the whole deal. There's like 10 through 25/30, in which they'll lose out on some guys and what have you. But trust me, they're doing just fine. And then there's everybody else. And he's like, well, they're going to have to recruit the old-fashioned way. Good luck to them. But from a money standpoint, 2019 figures were in this Sports Illustrated story. Ole Miss, a lot of money at Ole Miss, a lot of old money at Ole Miss, right? 12th out of 14 SEC schools in terms of the size of their athletic budget. And as of 3 years ago, their budget was $108 million. All right. Also that year, the athletic department received $28 million in donor contributions, 23rd nationally. But look at what they're up against in the SEC. That year, A&M received $85 million, almost 28. Georgia, 52. Florida, 45. LSU, 42. By the way, no Alabama here, which was part of Nick's tirade to his boosters, in which he's saying, we don't have the money that A&M has. Guys, okay, I don't lose it much, but if this is a money game, we're going to lose. I know you all think you have money. You don't have their money.
That's Earl money right there.
Yeah, a lot more where that came from, too.
That Earl money.
Earl's got a lot of money. Matt Shepard, voice of the Tigers, will join us in about 25 minutes. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton, the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
They can hit. Pitching's in. They can't field.
I'm telling you, this is the proof of why advertising doesn't work. I think the Subway ad campaign is brilliant, and you couldn't fucking drag me to a Subway to eat that.
But I think it shows how brilliant the campaign is and how it must be working because they have an inferior product and they're doing well.
I mean, even when they had Brady in there, he doesn't. You don't even eat bread. I mean,
Right. And let me think about it. Like Serena's going to have a number 4 from Subway. And I love Serena, but come on.
So I started watching a documentary. Did you watch the movie Almost Famous?
Yeah.
You know the Chinese guy from Rolling Stone that calls? He's like,
Yes.
There's a whole documentary on that guy.
Oh, wow.
On Netflix. Because he is that Ben, I can't think of his last name right now, but he is, I'm listening to interviews with he and Morrison. He happened to be in a publisher's room and Morrison just showed up. And this guy's, they walk through he's like in a, can't be a garage, but like a basement. He's got filing cabinets full of cassettes because he recorded every interview. Morrison, Dylan, George Harrison. I mean, it's
right.
And they're playing the interviews. It's like, whoa. You know, just Morrison talking about how he thought rock was dead in '69 and just, you know, he can't imagine. He goes, you know, it's not that the crowd gets sick of us or we get sick of them. It's that we just grow out of one another. Like talking about being a pop star. It was like pretty appropriate comments. He must not have been completely out of his gourd whenever he did it because he sounded pretty coherent. But I was like, this is, and then life started happening. So I had to pick Maddie up and turn it off. And I'm like, this will come back on.
Sure.
You have Netflix, right?
Oh, yeah.
You do need to watch. There are 2 things that the Bastards of Baseball or whatever. I think I've said it to you before, but it was like Kurt Russell's dad that bought the team. It's a minor league team in Portland. It is a great story.
Okay.
And the other one is on the Danville hockey team, the Danville Trashers, with the Tony Soprano owned the team. The real Tony. The guy has a picture in his office, signed a Gandolfini picture in his office that says to the real Tony Soprano, signed by James Gandolfini. Basically who they based the show off of. And it is something. Owner in the box before the game, pointing to the tough guy going, you better get something going before this game starts. Well, that's right. They have 2 competing. They got beat too, didn't they? B.
Who?
I thought Fly, like one of them killed him in the ratings. Like I don't think B is like number 1 anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, your morning guy's 55 years old. At some point, are you going to get younger? It's called the Inglorious Bastards of Baseball or something like that.
What do you want to do here?
Do you want to continue with that, or do you have?
Okay, yeah.
Canada Relief, that's a great movie. $15 seconds.
Michigan and Florida. Two states who fought COVID, one for 2 years, the other for 2 months. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
A lot of truth to that. Miller and Moulton here on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. Matt Shepard, voice of the Tigers, to join us in a little less than 20 minutes' time. Our poll question deals in and around the comments that Lane Kiffin made. This interview, by the way, was conducted over a week ago. In fact, it was conducted 2 days before the whole Nick Jimbo thing broke, which was what, middle of last week? So this interview is a good 10 days old. Finally made its way onto SI.com, in which he said, listen, we're a professional sport and they're professional players. Do you agree? That's our poll question.
Do you agree? Wholeheartedly, right?
Well, now, absolutely. I mean, I thought of them more as semi-pro before. You know, we kept the money in the back room and it was dispersed the way it was being dispersed. And I was fine with that, by the way. But, I mean, I thought they deserved more. I mean, I actually like the fact that the money is going to the players and not to buildings. You know, I hated the whole, you know, we need waterfalls here in the training room. And I hated that.
Right. If we don't have a lazy river going around
Exactly.
our campus, how the hell can we survive as a school?
Hated all that. And that's where I think now the money's going to go. I think university presidents and athletic directors are going to have to realize that they're not going to get as much in donations directly to them, because whatever the amount is, 4 million, 10 million, 20 million, it's going to now have to be siphoned off to the players. So you may have to curtail your future plans. Maybe the arms race, this is how the arms race ends, Mark. I mean, Lane Kiffin says it does not matter at all what your facilities are now. It's all NIL, period, end of sentence.
Our text number is 21,000. You text the keyword FSN radio to 21,000. Texter says, with that kind of money out there, I wonder what's going to happen if a school loses a scholarship. Will they even care if they can just pay him? And I'm not really sure, well, schools aren't if they lose scholarships, that's if they're on probation. But I guess to your point is, why would they matter if you don't have 26 scholarships? I can just pay the kids. I mean, are scholarships going to go away?
Well, we said this a couple of weeks ago. When does a guy just go, hey, you don't have a scholarship? Well, okay, I'll be a walk-on this year. I don't have to be a scholarship athlete. I could be a walk-on. I mean, hell, I'm making $3 million on the side. All right. You find a way to have me make $3,060,000 on the side, and I'll just have I'll pay the bills. Not a problem.
They can get preferred walk-ons enrolled the same way they can get scholarship players enrolled.
Right. We can get around. I mean, we could go back to 110 scholarship players on the sidelines like Woody and Bo, only the numbers say 85. I mean, I could have 20 walk-ons. Hell, I could have my 20 best players be walk-ons. That's the next step where I think we're going, where the bigger boys end up hoarding more talent.
Or if someone wanted to jump into the game, and I mean, A&M's a big boy, but A&M's not a big boy in terms of winning titles.
No, not at all.
A&M says enough's enough. We need to be Alabama. They could start doing it. They've got the money.
So Kiffin was asked, quote, is there a solution to this, unquote? And his answer is this. The thing that seems simple is there's a cap. How are we not a professional sport? What's the difference? Players are making money. They can opt into free agency. We're a professional sport. They're professional players. Contracted employees without contracts. They can get out whenever they want. And how is it not being seen that way? Unless there are changes of rules around caps and contracts. How is every elite college player not at the end of the season entering the portal? Let's be realistic. In pro sports, if you're the agent of that player and the player can opt into free agency, all right, you ensure that they opt into free agency where they want to test the waters. And so he just said rhetorically, I mean, if you're Bryce Young and you're advising him, why do you not every year just say, hey, go into Nick's office and say, don't get me wrong, I like it here and all that, but, I need a better deal.
And Nick's going to lose his mind when that starts happening.
Well, yeah. All right. And he said, if Bryce Young did that, now you could argue for future earnings. If you're thinking NFL, stay where you are, elite receivers around you, best program, coach has done a really good job, training pro prospects, the whole deal, that maybe you could go somewhere else in 2022 and make $6 million more. But you're thinking the long game here, 15 years. Maybe if you stay there, they will train you better to make $200 million more over the next 10, 12, 15 years. But he said, if you're just, thinking about today, why do you not every year, if you're an elite player, just go into your coach and go, I like it here and all, but, Arkansas, Walmart money, I can make a few more bucks there.
Right, the perfect example is the wide receiver from Pitt. Guy won the Biletnikoff Award.
Right.
Regarded as the number one receiver in the country, went and got a better deal at USC. His quarterback went to the NFL. He is not going to have the type of quarterback play at Pitt that he had the last year. So time for me to take my talents elsewhere. And he went to USC.
Now, reportedly, I have no way of knowing if this is true. Don't know if it's Pitt throwing this out there because they're trying to muddy the waters, or if this is in fact true. But the word is the kid's going to make $3 to $3.5 million this year, playing wide receiver at USC and NIL money. He's making Jarvis Landry money. Let's get real about this.
Without the incentives.
Right. Well, but if the kid wants incentives, he could always in mid-October just say, hey, Landry's making more than me. I just don't think that's right.
Right. Landry's playing 6 more games in the National Football League.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I may shut it down now. All right. Get ready for the combine. In fact, I don't even know if I have to go to that.
Well, that's, here are the other just little things, David. Guys skipping bowl games because they're getting ready for the NFL.
Right.
You're the Gator Collective. You're the Michigan Collective. You're the whatever collective. And your guy says it's the Outback Bowl. So it's not the Rose Bowl, but it's a game you're playing. Big Ten
1st,
SEC.
right.
Big Ten SEC. It's a game that the alumni
want to win.
Feels pretty strongly about.
Right.
And 3 players say, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not playing. I'm getting ready for the NFL. And if this goes, we go back to our one-on-one, Robbie Benson. I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna go play. You're gonna go play now.
Right. But then again, maybe the kid's now got an agent and what have you, and he goes, I'll write you a check for $500,000. I'll give you some of your money back. All right. Because now I've moved on. All right. Frankie, pay Joey over here. I'm not playing in the Gator Bowl. Sorry, not doing it. How much did I make this year? 3.3 million. What's that? 300,000 a game? Write him a check for 300 G's, okay? Not playing in the Gator Bowl.
These are all the little areas that these things will happen.
And I'm just wondering if the college fan will find this distasteful enough so that they start to lose that connection, that sentimental feeling that they have with college sports and their college team. And once you lose it, it's really difficult to get it back.
It will be fascinating, to say the very least. I don't think it will happen quickly. I think this will take a while because I do believe these collectives make the fan bases feel they have even more ownership on the program.
Well, that gets into what Lane's talking about. You're going to have boosters telling you who you're going to play. Those coaches shows are going to be something.
Oh, must listen radio.
When Walter from Navarre calls in and goes, hey, I gave $50,000 to that tackle. Why is he not playing, coach?
I'll hang up and listen.
You're going to answer my call this time.
Miller and Moulton, Matt Shepard, Tigers play-by-play next.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. FLGolfCarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at FloridaSportsNetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, FLGolfCarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, FLGolfCarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Logic, man, I'm thinking pretty big. Yeah, see, that was the way. It would have been tough, but
Trying to get to center ice.
yep. But he had a chance before center ice to take a shot at,
Right.
and he, decided to play it safe.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, the other team all won the next game. Look at that.
It's a great step.
That is. Of course, one of those was Toronto, so you knew they didn't win the next game.
Look at you. Still coming off the top rope. Shepard's a Heisman Trophy voter. So we could talk about this with him.
Heisman Trophy voted. Doesn't cover college football, huh?
Well, he does Eastern Michigan football
Yeah, a lot of Heisman.
in the MAC. Hey, he's more qualified than me, apparently.
Yeah.
And you.
I've never tried.
I know a guy who's an auctioneer who has a vote.
In Florida?
Yeah. But Mike Bianchi won't give me a ballot.
Can he take a ballot away?
That's what I asked him. I said, what if I can prove to you that a guy hasn't had a job in the business in 5 years?
Who is it?
Former NBC2 sportscaster. He's an auctioneer now. Sells insurance.
What did Bianchi say?
Okay. Basically, once I told him who the guy was, he was like, no. He likes him. It's a former Gator. Okay.
I know, I will say no one's writing any articles for this website that they're supposed to be. I would be, if I were you, I would be writing articles like this. What does it matter?
Well,
but I mean, if it gets picked up by anyone,
right.
that's what I would do. I would use it as your personal sounding board against everything you don't like in this world.
Wow. I'll be writing daily.
That's all I want to do is at the end of the show, and I keep thinking of it, what we need to do is write down the picks we make, hand them to Felipe and say, put these up.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like we need our own board.
What?
We need like a board.
Why?
Anytime we make picks or something.
No. We have a website, FloridaSportsNetwork.com.
A virtual board.
That people can see as opposed to just the three of us.
Florida and Michigan. Hey, remember when the Tampa Bay Bucks were in the NFC North? The Lions do. Those were the good old days. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
It was always very strange to have Vikings, Packers, Bears, Lions, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But that was a win in those days for the other teams. They looked at those two games. They said, well, there's two.
Loved the Buccaneers back in those days.
So I remember when I was in Fargo and the Vikings and the Bucks. Was always thought it was a little strange. But then again, the Arizona Cardinals were in the NFC East for quite a few years as well. You really think about it, Dallas being in the NFC East, we all look at it objectively and shake your head. But Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us. We're on in both Michigan and Florida this week. Rashad Phillips to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little bit of hoop. We've been talking college sports as a whole, college football specifically. It's the focus of our poll question. Lane Kiffin made some comments, and we happen to agree with them. He said that we're pro football now, and they're pro players.
And 71% of you agree with Lane Kiffin that he says that they are professional players right now. That's our poll question. You can go to FL Sports Network on Twitter, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or FloridaSportsNetwork.com.
Having trouble reaching Matt Shepard? We'll try again. Miller and Moulton. I'm surprised 71% agree. I'm surprised they're not offended, even if it's the truth.
Well, that was one of the answers that we got on Twitter, David, was just very simply, yeah, I agree, and it makes me sick to my stomach. And I think that's kind of where you thought our answers would be, that you've wondered just how much does this offend the college football fan? And because so few teams win every year, David, until they see how it shakes out with their team, I'm not sure that the fans yet rendered their decision on whether or not they like it, because no one has any clue how it's going to work for me. And I think more so in the Big Ten than in the SEC. I think the SEC's already got a really good idea how this is going to work. The Gator Collective's been put into place. A&M's doing what they're doing. We've already seen this from a recruiting standpoint. We haven't seen the same thing up north to the level we have down here. We will, but I don't think it's happened just yet.
I agree. I agree. Although in Big Ten country, when this TV deal gets announced, it is going to take your breath away. That's how much money it's going to be. I think it's going to be so big the SEC is going to gasp.
And you think this will happen? We're expecting this to happen sometime June or July, right?
I think it'll happen before Big Ten Media Days. Yeah. Because they're entering the final year of their deal. So I think they're going to, I know they're negotiating with all the networks that are in play, and they're everybody that you would think. And so, listen, I'm willing to bet my life that Fox is going to remain. They own half of the Big Ten network. They're in bed together. That was like, even if 2 years ago, if the SEC had decided to redo a deal with CBS, they were still going to have ESPN be a major partner of theirs. After all, they're in bed together with the SEC network, which is a cash cow. It's the same thing here with the Big Ten. They're in bed with Fox. And the whole Big Noon thing is working for both
really well.
So I would expect that Fox remains the player for Big Ten sports.
It really just becomes a question of what happens at 3:30, 4 o'clock. The Big Noon will still happen. Will the Big Ten go back to back on network television?
Right. And then one would think that they would, if they've got options. NBC can move Notre Dame around. They can. Plus, that contract has an end date. They've already put games on Peacock. That's why I was stunned when NBC allowed that last year. Put a game on Peacock. Once you do that, you can put them on Peacock for the rest of their existence.
You were stunned that Notre Dame allowed that.
Yes,
right.
I was surprised. But this is one of those things, Mark, and you've negotiated contracts where maybe when they sat down and negotiated this deal, did you even have the concept of Peacock? So you look and you're reading the contract really closely, and Notre Dame may be reading it going, oh, there's nothing in here about streaming. Okay. And NBC's looking at it going, there's nothing in here about streaming. We can put them on Peacock. And then you sit down with them, you take them out to dinner, you put your arm around them and you go, come on now. We've been partners for a long time. We've given you a lot of money. We need you to do us a solid. We need to get this streaming service going. Can you help us out? Can we put one of your games a year on the streaming service? Okay. How much we pay you a year again? I'm just wondering before I pick up this tab. Okay, sure, fine. And then you leave the lunch and you go, we got them, man. Day comes that we get Big Ten football. We can put all their damn games on Peacock. Okay, Notre Dame fan will buy it. Think about it. It's pretty cheap. When you think about it, get your games. Your cable bill's $300 as it is. Not going to give us $6. But seriously. So they could, the Big Ten, I also think that they're looked at the NFL deal. And I think college football is going to follow the Big Ten. Whatever the Big Ten deal is. The commissioner mentioned streaming the other day. And he's just not pulling that out of thin air. All right. So, if you're one of the streaming partners, you've talked about it. It may mean more in the SEC. There just are more in the Big Ten. They're coast to coast.
Coast to coast, north to south. Every single state in the union's got Big Ten fans. SEC fans down here. And I'm not, it's not pitting one against the other. But you don't have, we know. We think in Florida, we're in our little part of Florida where we are, not in the Tampa market. The Gators are clearly the number one college team in the Gator market. The Gators are clearly the number one team in this market. Florida State's probably second. After that, take your pick. I'd bet on the Buckeyes.
Yeah. Told the story many times when I was doing local TV in Southwest Florida in 2002, and it was November. You got to remember, we're 34 minutes removed from that 15-year run of Florida State being in the top 4, top 5 for 15 years in a row. They had just lost the 2000 BCS title game. They're a year and a half removed from that. The downslide is just beginning to happen, and we're not really realizing it. So Florida State is damn near at their peak of popularity. And we put an Ohio State-Purdue game on the ABC affiliate in Southwest Florida, when Florida State was playing, I think it was Maryland at the time because they were still in the ACC. And yeah, there's no doubt about it. The phones lit up. We actually had a lot of people that said, thank goodness that was the game. Ohio State was unbeaten, number 2, the whole deal. And that was the one where, Krenzel threw the holy Buckeye, as Brent called it, whose birthday is today. It's 83. But actually had a lot of people down here thank us and say that was the better game.
Well, for the longest time, I think when you first moved down here in North Naples, there was an office for Ohio State, an alumni office.
Right. Second largest booster organization that Ohio State had for the longest time. I don't know if it still is, but it was Naples, Florida. I mean, they won the national championship. Jim Tressel in May of 2003 was in Naples.
Right. And
Archie's down here twice a year. But the Big Ten deal is going to be really lucrative. I believe when it's all added together, it's going to be $1 billion a year.
Do you think it'll be 3? You think it'll be 2 networks and a streaming service?
Or 3 networks. I think they're going to try to follow the NFL model, and you should. It's how you make more. The NFL has shown the more media partners you have, the more money.
And the only thing left that people watch on television is live sports.
Right.
It's the only place that you can go to an advertiser and guarantee them an audience. You cannot do it with any other medium on television right now. Can't be done. Too many people taping shows, scamming through commercials. Live sports is a moneymaker for the networks and for the advertiser.
I mean, I think Commissioner Warren 2 weeks ago, if you know the TV industry or you're paying attention to it a little bit, I think Commissioner Warren damn near laid out what they're going to do. It's going to be for a lot of money. A lot of money. I actually think this is one of the few times, I don't know if Greg Sankey has had a misstep as commissioner, but I think they're going to look back and, because they did this ESPN deal, the CBS contract still has 2 years left on it. And they did this deal damn near 2 years ago. Do you know what's happened in our industry in that time? And how much bigger streaming is from 18 months ago to now? And
it's such a valid point, David, because guys like you and I, who 2 years ago would have never even thought about cutting the cord and going to a whole streaming lineup in our house, you and I are at the verge of doing it. And think about, just for 2 guys that are in their 50s, which, by the way, is still part of the money demo for these. I still qualify. You're just out of it.
Right. I don't count anymore.
You don't count anymore, but I'm not yet 54. So I'm still in that 25, 54 key demo.
You count at 54 though. So, you got
2 more. I got a couple more years.
You got
sucker.
2 more good years.
And then it's over.
Then once you're 55, man, you don't count
once
anymore.
You hit Sammy Hagar, it's over.
Right. You count in radio. Okay. The money demo goes all the way up to 64. TV, once you hit 55, it's over.
It's over.
Right. Even though they're the only ones with any money.
But we're ready, and I'm guessing a lot of you out there that are in your 40s, 50s, if you haven't already made the switch, you've thought about it. But where were you 2 years ago?
Right.
When it comes to it, was it even in your thought process?
And if you think about it, it's tough to second guess the SEC. But they're now going to be all in bed with one media partner. Just look at college football as a whole. Their playoff is with one media partner. Hence, they think it's a problem right now. It wasn't for the longest time. They were in bed with the right partner. And goodness knows they're not going to move forward and not be in bed with ESPN. Of course they are. But they're out loud saying we need to be able to sleep around. And we need to be single. All right. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to go steady with her more often than I'm going to go with you. But there are times where I'm going to want to take you to the movies. They've said we're going to try to be on as many damn networks as we can in 4 years. When we redo this playoff, if you want to televise it, you know what? Come see me. We're interested. And the SEC, they're going to get over $300 million a year.
Some change.
And I don't even think that includes the SEC network. So, I mean, the SEC is still going to make $500 million a year in TV revenue from Bristol. But I really think the Big Ten's going to double that. And imagine if the SEC had waited. Think about it. Big Ten's doing their negotiating now. Their deal is up a year later. Greg Sankey would literally be saying to all the networks who finished second, call me when you're done with them. Give me a call. I'm not going anywhere.
And the SEC, the 3:30 slot's been winning from a standpoint of viewership of games.
Yeah, it has value.
A lot of value.
And I would have to imagine that's something that CBS, I mean, they've made no secret. They've entertaining the Big Ten. NBC's entertaining the Big Ten. ESPN wants to keep the Big Ten. Fox is all but assured of keeping at least half of the Big Ten, maybe more. And Commissioner Warren has said, we've had streaming services call. And think about it, if you're the Big Ten, hell, the NFL's with Amazon. I mean, you can't get criticized for going to a streaming service. The NFL did it.
Right, and you can't, even if you went, let's just say you went to a CBS and they started giving you crap because your games are going to be on CBS Sports Network. It doesn't matter. It's all about the money. How much are they going to pay you to get that game on at 3:30 on CBS? So what? So Purdue against Northwestern's on noon on the CBS Sports Network. Big deal.
Miller and Moulton. It's our poll question. At that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at FL Sports Network on Twitter. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com and vote. Lane Kiffin said, hey, this is a professional sport with professional players. He's talking about college football.
A couple of Notre Dame fans have chimed in saying it will never happen again that we'll be on Peacock. It was one game and there was such an outcry from the fans it will never happen again. I'll take that bet.
I thought they had one coming up this year.
I don't know, but I'd bet there is.
I thought the opener against the HBCU is on Peacock. I could be wrong. I'll look it up.
Let's talk some hoops, shall we?
Yeah. And why it's not better. Is this a fluke? Or is this a thing? Rashad Phillips. He's one of our hoop guys. Been a while. Looking forward to talking to the former University of Detroit product.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com.
If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, FLGolfCarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
ARs and a pistol online, going to kill 20 or more people, while women in the States can't even have full autonomy to have of her body in the U.S. It just doesn't make sense. It's pathetic.
I left Matt Shepard a voicemail with our number.
Our muskets out of the closet to defend our country.
I texted him and gave him the number too.
So 820.
No other country's ever had this mass. Just
If he calls in,
True.
well, if he calls in now, it's going to be busy because we're going to have a guest. So it's all right.
Hey Marty, tell your buddy thanks for blowing us off.
Yeah, I know. He missed his daughter's high school graduation the other day.
We're doing a Tiger game?
Mm-hmm. Did you shower? It's coffee time for you.
I did shower and
This is
I
coffee
am
time.
Drinking.
Okay.
I have it in the Yeti too because it's.
There you go. There you go.
What? Too much emotion in that Heat game for you?
Oh.
Are you more tired because you got angry?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 3 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us on not just the Florida, but the Michigan Sports Network this week. And we are happy about that. For those of you listening via the Michigan Sports Network, Anthony will be back after the holidays. It's our pleasure to welcome back Rashad Phillips. He's into hoop, college, and pro. You can follow him on Twitter at RP3Natural, RP3Natural. Rashad, it's David and Mark. We didn't realize you wrote a book.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
The evolution is being televised. I like it. What's all right? What's the method to the madness?
Yeah, when we're watching, the game of basketball and sports in general, the game has evolved from, the 1940s. The players are different. They're bigger. They're more aerodynamic. And what I've done in my book is kind of update the system and give people a guide to what they're watching. So I've been able to kind of restructure the position metric, add my own metric to it as well, and kind of give you data of players that kind of fit those categories. So the book is it's a terrific, fun read. It'll be available. It's available for pre-order right now. Later this summer, it'll be at everybody's doorstep.
The website is sportstalk2319.com, sportstalk2319.com, and Mark, on that site this weekend, Rashad also releases his top 80 NBA prospect guide.
And something you want to pay attention to, because Rashad is very dialed in on the collegiate game, more so of not necessarily, who's going to win a natty, but who are the collegiate players that are going to make that next step. And he's been spot on with a lot of guys. Rashad, yeah, it's evolved, but last night was a rock fight, my man. At what point does the evolution have to stop and you take the ball to the hole and get a bucket? Because Miami is still shooting three-pointers that are clanking off the back of the rim.
Yeah, you're right about that. I believe Miami went to the well just too many times and got caught up in the analytics of everything. I agree that in order for Miami to have some success, they're going to have to play a little bit of an old style and get the ball in the paint, play more aggressive, play through Bam Adebayo, and you weren't seeing that yesterday. Just, too many jump shots.
Well, it's not just a Miami Heat problem last night. We think it's a problem that there are times in which it's like, listen, we get it, 3 versus 2, we get it, but a good 2. Nothing wrong with taking a good 2. Do you agree with those that say, kind of like those in baseball that are thinking that analytics is kind of taking the product in a certain direction? Do you agree with those that say, I think the analytics are kind of messing with the NBA a little much?
I actually agree with it. I'm old school, but I try to mix in, the old with the new, and I think it's too new, right? I think the Golden State Warriors has set this precedent that this is how you win basketball. And the false narrative about that all is that it's not really true. It's just because Golden State has 2 of the greatest shooters of all time on the same team. So it looks like it works for everybody. And that, when you, in professional sports and college sports and high school, everybody's copying the next, whatever works, the next team tries to copy it. If the Kansas City Chiefs are running this offense, then the next team tries to run that offense, not understanding that, well, Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback. That's why it works. I think you see in that same type of action happening in the NBA where teams are trying to use the Golden State model to have some success.
Rashad, do coaches get caught up in it then as well? Because, come on, Spoelstra's not a good coach. I think he's an elite coach. And last night, I don't know if it was lack of a timeout, but at some point, do coaches get caught up in the same analytical? Because to me, the crux of that game was a sequence in the third quarter in which I think Miami took 3 3-pointers, which they kept getting offensive rebounds. Oladipo made 2 attempts that didn't come close to basically the rim. And I'm watching this going, drive to the hoop, man. You're a really good player. do the coaches also, in your estimation, Rashad, get caught up in the analytics?
I think they do. I think a lot of times, when you're sitting on the bench with your team and you kind of lose track of the actual game and how the essence and how to really play the game from, inside out. Everything's outside in. And, like I agree with you, he's an elite coach, but sometimes your team is just so fixated on knocking down that three-point shot. The three-pointer has become the home run. It's become the touchdown, and teams don't want to take the field goal. Like, everybody would just want to score touchdowns, hit home runs, and not get on first, second, or third base, and that's what you kind of saw last night.
Rashad Phillips, sportstalk2319.com. You can follow him on Twitter as well at RP3Natural. Let's just assume, humor me, Boston closes this out in 6 or 7, and Golden State up 3-1 closes it out as well. Your gut feeling, Golden State, Boston wins in the regular season. I think they were within 1 of one another or tied. I mean, is this as interesting a matchup as it seems?
I think it is. When you look at the dynamics of both teams, let's look at the Boston Celtics with the emergence of Jason Tatum, being, all NBA player, really turning into that superstar, and having a star next to him like Jaylen Brown and Williams, who I was extremely high on coming out of college at Texas A&M. Marcus Smart, the Defensive Player of the Year. That coaching staff is tremendous over there at Boston with Damon Stoudemire and company. So you look at that team's makeup, and you look at Golden State, which a team that has a dynasty. This is a well-oiled machine, a team that people thought that Kevin Durant was the guy that really made that engine go when he got there. This is proof that they never needed Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry looks to solidify himself as a top 5 or top 10 player of all time. So I think the storyline is there. I think it's going to be a tremendous series, and more exciting than people want to give credit to.
Are you sticking a fork in the Miami Heat, however? Do you think that they can win 2 straight games?
Man, I love the Miami Heat, man. And, I live here in Florida, man, but I do think Boston wins this series and moves on.
Warriors, by the way, won 2 games more than the Celtics. So if Golden State wins tonight or in the next week and advances to the finals, they would have home court over the Celtics. I believe Golden State and Miami won the exact same number of games. So I don't know who has that tiebreaker. Listen, do you think it's a fluke, or do you think that what we've been talking about, style of play, is leading to this stat? The average margin of victory in the playoff games over the last 2.5 weeks has been 18 points. Do you think that's a fluke, or do you think that, if you were in charge of the NBA product, you'd have a talking with some people?
No, I don't think this is going to be a reoccurring thing. I just think that this is it happens. It's sports. Shots fall, shots go in. Part of the game. If you look over the history of the game, it's not really been huge differentiations in regards to the score. So I would chalk this up more as a fluke than I would as something that we can expect in the future.
And finally, the media votes on these all NBA teams. And these are important votes because players, if they make first, second, or third team, they end up making more money, and sometimes a lot more money. And we all know, I mean, come on, we've got biases, grudges. Sometimes we're just not as qualified as we should be. And so what is your proposal to take the vote? Because there's a lot of players that don't want the current system to continue. They just don't think the media is qualified enough, good enough.
I agree.
What's your counter proposal?
I actually agree with the players on this one, man. I mean, I look at, I take Trae Young, obviously he made third team All NBA, and if he wouldn't have made that, he wouldn't have got his $34 million kicker. There's people in the media that I know that did not vote for Trae Young that could have costed him $30 million. But unfortunately, he was able to make a team. So here's my proposal and what they should do. There should be some type of stat criteria, some type of win-loss criteria in order to make certain teams. And that will eliminate the biasness, the gray area, and allow players to be able to quantify and look at what they've done to say, okay, this is worthy of a first, second, third team. You know, so you look at a player like Trae Young that led the NBA in points and assists. The first time somebody's ever done that since Tiny Archibald. So just that quality stat there should eliminate any type of biasness that the media would have towards a player like Trae Young, and he should make a team.
Rashad Phillips, sportstalk2319.com. It's where you can pre-order his book. It's also where you can get his prospect guide, which gets released over the weekend. You can follow Rashad on Twitter at RP3Natural. Rashad, we always appreciate it when you make time for us. All the best to your family.
Same to you. Thank you guys so much. Talk soon.
Rashad Phillips, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Prospect guide interests me.
You know, he's a few of the players have talked about eliminating positions. And I think, if we'd have had more time, I'd have probably got into that with Rashad. But there have been a couple of players that suggested the All-NBA team shouldn't have positions. And I don't disagree with that. It is a positionless sport now.
85% I'd agree with you. You know, I think we still have like 6 centers. But you know what I mean? But 6'2" centers who can't shoot the 3. That's what I mean. So you're right. I mean, for the most part, that's what also they're trying to draft. Interchangeable, can play 2-3-4, can guard 2-3-4. I don't disagree. Don Nelson, 30 years ago, I think he's in Golden State at the time. He said, I envision the NBA being a whole bench worth of, but 5 guys on the floor, all between 6'6" and 6'8".
Miller and Moulton, nowhere between 6'6" and 6'8". Never have been, never will be.
I wish I could dunk.
You can, just on an 8-foot rim.
Right. Little Nerf thing in your room.
Miller and Moulton, we thank you for listening on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Would you take him now?
Hmm?
Would you take it now,
What?
Matt? Want to do 10 now?
Sure.
Well, if you don't, we don't have to.
No, I'm fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, he called in while we had Rashad on.
Let's not forget that the Celtics were 11th in the East in January. Now they're one win away from the
You know,
finals.
and I know you're new to hockey, but the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup 3 years ago, and on January 1st, they had the worst or second worst record in the NHL.
You're kidding.
No, they fired their coach, and basically, the guy they currently have just got the guys to play, and they snuck into the playoffs. They were not an elite team entering the playoffs, but they were on a roll, and they got in. And yep.
Well,
but pretty darn close to the midway point of the hockey season. They were like first or second pick of the draft.
didn't they just get eliminated by the Avalanche?
No, they beat the Lance last night, 5-4 in overtime.
Oh my.
Came from 3-0 down in the second.
That series is 3-2 now.
Not even gonna get into it right now. I just got some of that staff Twitter for a couple of days.
Okay, yes, it'd probably take the weekend.
Yeah, I won't. Once the weekend comes, I won't. Once Friday at 10 comes, I won't even bother.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the phone away. Once I get done with Saturday's baseball game, I'm done.
It's just, everybody's got all the answers, and I don't know, as someone who has a second grader, the idea of someone with an AK roaming the hallways doesn't
No.
seem like something I need.
I don't want my teacher armed. No. I thought a great tweet was somebody said, "Now hold on a second. Okay, we want to arm our teachers when we won't even let them pick out their own textbooks." Well, but I mean, at least
I know.
In theory, it's not happening at school, but but I thought that was funny. Wait a minute. So I can have a handgun, but I can't teach my kids the catcher and the rye? I thought that was a good line. Now, I got to admit, if my choice was a handgun or Faulkner, I'd take a handgun. Man, I hated Faulkner. I love that top left Patriots helmet, and I'm the only one.
No, you're not. A lot of people like that. I hate it.
I know you do. I love it.
A lot of the New England fans do too, for the record. A lot of my friends that are. Why would you kill a bear cub?
No, that's good.
He's on hold. We're coming back now.
I have to laugh. The guy who says they'll never be on PCAT again.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Yzerman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
here on both the Michigan and Florida sports networks this week, and we are happy about that, just as it is a pleasure to welcome for the first time the television voice of the Detroit Tigers. Matt Shepard is kind enough to join us. Matt, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Morning, fellas. How you guys been?
Well, we're doing okay. How surprised are you? We both thought the Tigers would compete for, second, be around 78 to 85 wins. And that's not the case right now. How surprised are you?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think most people would be. I think a lot of it has to do with injuries to their starting staff, but they just have collectively not hit the ball like I think a lot of people expected them to out of spring.
What are the reasons why, Matt? I mean, just is it just a combination of things, or from the hitting standpoint, is this something that you saw in spring training that surprised you, or is this something that there may have been a precursor to?
No, I don't think we saw it in spring. I think Jamer Candelario has gotten off to a slow start. Jonathan Scope, for a second straight year, has gotten off to a slow start. Javi Baez has, had a lot of swing and miss so far, and I understand that's who he is primarily, but, usually it comes with power, and we have not seen that just yet. I think it'll come, but haven't seen that just yet. And let's face it, not that we expected Robbie Grossman to be a 20-20-20 guy like he was a year ago, but the lack of power there has, I think, surprised a lot of people too. So I think, not to claim it, put it all on those four guys, but they are everyday players, and those are the guys you need to carry you. If you're going to be a really good baseball team, you're not relying right now on Spencer Torkelson, and you're relying on everyday guys, and those are the guys that you expected to help carry the load, and I think they know that too.
And if you're a Tigers fan, you just have to hope that what you're going through is about a week to 10 days longer than what the Red Sox went through. Remember, Mark, it was a week to 10 days ago. The Red Sox were in seemingly a team-wide slump, and now seemingly everybody's hot, and they've gone on a little bit of run. Matt Shepard, the television voice of the Tigers, is kind enough to join us. You can follow him on Twitter at ShepMatt. Have you seen a better pace of play with the game? Because we all know next year there's, in all likelihood, going to be a clock and much more of an emphasis. Do you see it picking up now or no?
Not really, to be honest with you. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who thought that the pace of play would pick up with the pitch count too, with catchers and pitchers having the implement in the pitcher's hat, and the catcher using it either on a knee or on a wristband to call signals. And I don't think that has necessarily been the case, although many people thought that was originally for lack of sign stealing. But they told us that it was going to be a case of play. I have not seen it. I think I can tell you this, from a Detroit Tigers standpoint, their pitchers work exceptionally quick. Tarek Skubal, Elvin Rodriguez, Matt Manning when he's healthy, Casey Mize when he's healthy. Those guys work really fast. I have not seen that league-wide so far. I don't worry about, you guys and I have talked about this, I don't worry about how long it takes to play a game. I worry more about what you just said, the pace of play. But you're constantly seeing, batters step out of the box when a pitcher's ready, even if there's nobody on base. And those are the things where, I think you gotta implement the rules. And I don't think, the umpires right now are doing just that. And so I don't think the pace of play has changed much at all.
As you look at the division, how good is this? You just got done with 3 with the Twins. How good is this Twins team?
Yeah, I think they're good, man. I think their lineup is really good. When you've got table setters like Luis Arraez, who is really difficult to strike out. But Byron Buxton went 0 for 21 against Detroit this year. And Minnesota still has won, I think, 5 of the 6 games that they've played. So that tells you something. They've got some power. Their difference right now, and I think it's primarily spearheaded by Carlos Correa, is that they don't go for the home run. Watch their swings. Their swings are much different than most teams. They are just saying, you know what? We're not worried about launch angle. We're not worried about elevation. We're worried about beating you. And if they got to do it with a single and a double, if they got to do it with back-to-back singles and then wait for, a table-setting double to be hit, then they're going to do that. I think they're really good. Their starting pitching is better than I think a lot of people thought. It doesn't mean I think they can win the American League. I still think if Chicago were healthy, the White Sox are the best team in the division, but Minnesota has surprised me because of the length of their lineup this year so far.
Matt Shepard, television voice of the Tigers. Follow him on Twitter at ShepMatt. He also does college football, basketball, Big Ten Network. He's a Heisman Trophy voter. We were talking earlier in the show. Lane Kiffin, the Ole Miss coach, said, hey, come on, Lal, let's face reality. We're pro sports, and they're now pro players. Just kind of your thoughts about where college sports is now. You okay with it?
Well, it's something we're going to have to live with. I'm not okay with it, but I've said this for years. When people were belly aching about wanting to pay players, I said, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get free agency. And I also said that eventually, if this is what you expect, you're going to see players unionize. And I think we're not far from that either. And I think that's when people start to get turned off a little bit by it. I understand the whole mindset that people have with it because, look, I've been around college athletics for 25 years, and I've seen players to a certain extent get taken advantage of. I've seen universities put priorities in the wrong place. I've seen coaches making millions and millions of dollars, and it doesn't make any sense to me why they do it. All you have to do is look at what happened at Oklahoma and USC, and I think it's absolutely when you look at kids seeing those types of situations, why they would want more. But this is the reality right now, and the reality is that these kids are being taken advantage of. They're not being compensated outside of a free education, which I think is an awful lot. All you got to do is ask somebody who hasn't had a free education, ask parents who got to pay for their kids' education at the next level. It's really challenging because of how much it costs to go to school these days. But yeah, I mean, look, I've always felt like the kids deserve to get some type of compensation in the sense of, their likeness. If they want to be able to go to a local car dealership and sign some autographs and make some money, they deserve that. I've always felt that. However, what's going on right now with, people paying them as much money as they do, and then these kids leaving after a year in some cases, Ohio State, I think it just puts everybody in a bad situation.
You were in Cleveland before Minnesota. What was the coolest thing about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I've been there before. I just think they've got so many cool artifacts. It changes pretty regularly. They take some things in, they put other things back out on display. If people have never been there, it's great education about music and rock and roll especially. But I was one of those guys who always felt like, man, this should be in Detroit. Well, I understand why it's in Cleveland. It's not just rock and roll. Why is it called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because it's deeper rooted than that. So I really enjoyed it. Again, I've been there before, but this time was a little bit more special. And I love the fact that it covers so many different genres and so many different eras.
Matt, thanks for making time for us. We really appreciate it. We know you got another game tonight. Save the voice. Hopefully we can talk again down the road.
You bet. Anytime, fellas. Thanks, man. Be good.
Matt Shepard, television voice of the Detroit Tigers, does play-by-play on Big Ten Network as well, a Heisman Trophy voter.
And he is on the opposite side of Miller and Moulton when it comes to compensation for collegiate athletics.
Well, he said they deserved more.
Yes.
He just didn't want this system. He basically wanted the NCAA to fix it, not let it get to the courts, because he knew once it did, we'd have this.
He's not the only one when it comes to that. Mark Emmert, you did it, sir. Congratulations. You're going to be the man that's responsible for ruining college athletics. What a legacy.
Well, he got paid, though. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark. Every single freaking NBA player in their offseason, when they work out, where do they go?
Oh, well, actually, a lot of them go to California to work out. The majority of them go to
California, but
the
a lot of them
majority,
go
the
to
majority of them go to LA.
a lot of them go to Miami.
Okay, I honestly, you're the first one that's ever told. LA, California and Vegas is where they go.
They go to Miami, Mark.
Okay,
I see them
okay.
all the time. Remy workouts, Chris Brickley, trainers. Yeah, LA, they got the Drew League, they got the summer leagues, but Miami, they got Miami Pro League. All-Star break. That's what it is. All-Star break. Bunch of players either flock to another country.
No, that's vacation. That's not workouts.
Vacation/workout.
Yeah, but
Grind never stops in the NBA.
no, actually, it does.
But yeah, 25 with a lot of money. Strip club. 11. Mr. Jones. Have you ever heard of Mr. Jones, Mark? You ever heard of Mr. Jones?
In what regard?
Mr. Jones is a strip club in
No, I
Miami
haven't.
Beach. It is like super famous. So many rap songs.
Gotcha. Well, with all the hip hop that I listen to, particularly new hip hop, because I love new hip hop. It's so good.
But I had a friend, she was at Mr. Jones last week and was hanging out with Andre Drummond. So, perfect example.
Wow. Deshaun gave up a rollie and 50 grand for his number. Sean Watson.
That's how badly he wanted number 4.
He basically interrupted Anthony Walker's presser yesterday to give him a brand new Rolex for giving him number 4. And he gave 50 grand to the high school that Walker's dad works at.
Oh. Dre, not good.
I don't understand this. Does anybody know what PFF's ELO rankings are?
ELO?
ELO. I don't know what ELO is.
ELO?
Yeah.
Interior offensive line?
I
The
don't
E is
know.
Oh, ELO.
Yeah, because the reason I say that is John just tweeted out easiest strength of schedule per PFF's ELO rankings. Bucks second easiest, Lions fifth, but Giants, Bucks, Saints, Eagles, Lions top 5 easiest schedules. But it's based on this ELO ranking.
Can't help you.
Yeah.
I was never a big ELO fan. I think they're a little overrated, personally.
So if I read this, you're going to go, I don't understand what ELO has to do with PFF.
Don't know what I'm going to do. I got to get back to you.
And that's in a reference that
No one would even get.
no
I will say it is
more than a feeling.
It
No.
is. That's Boston. It's hysterical that I'll throw out lyrics occasionally, and I bet you 60% of the time I throw out a lyric, somebody on the text line will reference the song and go, nice this,
Right.
nice that. Oh, Philly's a mess.
Oh yeah, just
He's offended, Dratharian.
right.
He said he was offended.
That's what we're going
You
back
know,
to.
I was just saying, we got to go back to that.
That's what we're going back to.
Yep.
Really should have been the focus of our poll question. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, Jake, I wasn't there with you. You know, it's funny. I like him more now than I did then. When I hear a little ELO, I give a lot more to the production value of what they did now than I probably did when I was younger.
No, DC, I could
Come back.
I could figure that out. I just don't.
Michigan and Florida, home to Major League Baseball, where the cold weather team plays outside and the warm weather team plays inside. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
On both the Michigan and Florida sports networks for the next 21 plus minutes. For those of you that were with us in the first hour, all right, and for those that weren't, I feel as if we've let you down over the last hour and a half.
I agree.
Yeah, Felipe is a big South Florida sports fan, and his Heat lost last night, and he does feel as if he's a part of the organization, or at least he did, because every time he's referred to them, and we've known the young lads since late October, and so over the last basically 7 months, every time he referred to them, it was we. And so we beat him about the head and chest verbally and said, you can't call them we. You're not a part of the organization. He's like, I'm a big fan. It's we. All of a sudden this morning, it's they.
He, when asked what he thought, he said he was offended
Right.
by the Miami Heat last night.
Right. Right. Game 5, Eastern Conference Finals. They go 7 for 45 from 3. Quote, I was personally offended.
And when we laughed at him, just the way we are right now, he took more disdain to it and tried to explain to us what being offended means, as if we don't know. It's just been a long time.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how well you've heard some of the diatribes that Mr. Moulton's gone on here. If you don't think this guy's been offended by a team or two in his life, then you haven't been paying attention.
You are a football Giants fan.
Well, listen, I got no issues with the football team. I mean, they've gone 5 and won 4. They owe me nothing. Nothing. If I don't get another one, and I'm 56, and let's just say, knock on wood, I can live 20, 25 years. If 2011's the last one, I got no problems living the last 30, 35 years of my life and not getting another Super Bowl. Honestly, they don't owe me a thing.
The Knicks?
Haven't had one. I was 7. I don't remember it. So I'm 50. Basically, I don't have a memory of them. They've gone to 2 finals in my lifetime. Lost them both.
And that's where, I mean, the Pistons brought me so much joy in the years that I was around your age. The Bad Boy Pistons, I'm between 16 and 21. So trust me, I get it. The Wings, my Tigers in 84, Michigan State with a Rose Bowl and a Natty in basketball. I'm good. I'm where David is. Trust me, I'd love to have more. We all would love to have more.
Come on, no, but you were what, 14, 15 when the Tigers won?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, you want one more before you go. I mean, come on. let's just
Can
say,
I just get them relevant first?
Well, now, hold on. Come
Thinking
on.
about a World Series isn't even in my stratosphere right now.
Well, they had a great 8-year run from
did.
06 through 2013.
And it was amazing.
There. Right. Went to what, 2 World Series and like 4 LCSs. And so, you know, I mean, that was a good run. But listen, I don't think when you're 15 years old, like, you know, it's possible. I mean, Felipe, you know, you're the Heat's last title, even though they've gone, you know, a bunch to the conference finals and what have you. But it was what, 2013?
Correct.
You were.
I was about to turn 13.
Okay. So, you know, and you were 15 when the Tigers won. If I looked both of you in the face right now and said, just so you know, Felipe, the Heat are not going to win another one in the rest of your life. All right, Mark, if I had told you at 15, Tigers aren't going to win you another one.
I would have never believed it. And actually, I was 14, but neither here nor
Right.
there. I would have never even believed it then.
Right.
But now at 52, David, I know I'm okay because
so you're okay if they don't give you another one.
It was such a great summer. It really was. It was the game Gibson hit the home run. I was with Greg Armstrong and Terry Carpenter. My parents were out of town. I mean, I remember every part of that game vividly. It's good enough.
Look, I feel a similar way about the Heat. I have been spoiled.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They went on a 27-game winning streak in 2013. That summer was also the greatest summer ever because we were on the pinnacle of the basketball universe.
Back to we.
Yeah, well,
see what this is doing?
Yes, because back then it was we, but today it's they.
Back then. And by back
because that
then,
was not.
By back then, he meant Tuesday.
Hell, by back then, he meant the start of the second half.
Can't even laugh at that joke. That's a funny joke.
It is funny. I'm just still offended by the Heat.
We at halftime, David.
No, they were up.
Look,
it was we by the beginning of the fourth quarter. They were down 11.
I have to explain to the audience, and I don't need to explain to you guys because
you don't know. See, you don't. We're laughing / enjoying it because we've all been there.
And when were you there the last time? When was the last time you were offended by your team?
Right.
Text FSN Radio to 21,000. FSN Radio, Florida Sports Network. That's what it stands for. FSN Radio. Texted 21,000. If you've never texted before, we would love to hear. And I'd love to hear from our Michigan sports fans because it's rough right now being a Michigan fan.
It is.
I mean, the football team finally got you through. The University of Michigan was great last year. They had a great year. But come on now. The Tigers are in the dumps. The Red Wings are in the dumps. The Lions are the Lions, for the love of God.
Right. Imagine you're in your 50s as a hardcore Michigan sports fan. So think about what your title droughts are. You know, in the Tigers, you were 14, 15 years old.
I was 15 by the time they won it, yeah.
You know, now the Wings, they won as recently as 08. So, you know, that was 14 years ago. So you were in your late 30s. I'm just thinking about in terms of if you never get another one as a sports fan with your favorite teams. I mean, think about it. If you're, you know, first off, if you're Michigan State let's just go basketball. Okay. Because I don't think the Michigan State fan thinks about realistically winning a football championship. They do think about, hey, we should be able to, you know, he goes to Final Fours. Right. We've knocked on a lot of doors here. I'd really like one more. So that was what, 2000?
2000 against the Gators.
Right. So that's 22 years ago. So you're just say you're in your early 30s. I mean, come on. If you don't think, you didn't think that was your last one. And if you think about it, you went 21 years from Magic to then the 2000 team. And so now you're kind of like, well, yeah, we're due. Right. It's our time.
I'd like Izzo to get one more. I mean, I would for him. I think he needs one more.
You know, if you're Michigan, haven't won a natty, you split one in 97 in football, 89 in basketball. I mean, think about what your ages are if you're 52 right now. Well, you were what, 20 when the basketball team won, and you weren't even yet 30 when the football team won. I mean, I think as a fan, you're thinking, oh, come on, I got to get one more, right? I mean, one more? Come on. I can't go the rest of the way and not get another one, can I?
Texter says, now you know how we feel about the Canes. Pirates fan, I am facing the grim reality of never seeing the Pirates win a World Series. It's pathetic that the closest we've gotten, and probably we'll ever get, was the Bonds, Van Slyke, Bonilla days of the early 90s. Made a couple of playoffs. They got to a couple of wild cards.
We're a game away from the LCS in like 2015, lost game 5 of a division series. But yeah, 3 straight LCSs, 90 through 92. Think about a Pirates fan, 42 plus years.
I'm just so happy right now with this text, David. I might even shed a tear. I'm offended every year the Magic are in the lottery and still can't figure it out. I'm just so impressed that there's an Orlando Magic fan that's listening.
That's unbelievable, actually.
Good for you, sir. Good for you.
That's a great bogey right there to keep a round going, isn't it?
You know what that is? That's the par 3 where you hit it in the drink and you get up and down for 4 and you feel really good about it.
Damn right. Keep that round going. Still have a chance to break 80. Well done, sir. Well
no
done.
double on my card here.
It's very simple. I just want to say this. I'm 21 years old. In my lifetime, what have I had besides the Miami Heat in Miami?
Well, but then you shouldn't be taking it out on the Heat. You
No, but
shouldn't
it's
be
just-
bailing on the Heat.
But that's why I feel so precious about the Heat, because it's all we have.
No,
The
but come on,
Marlins are
now, Mike,
terrible.
but you're so young.
I know I'm young.
No. There's hope elsewhere. First off, the Canes are getting back in the game.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a chance there.
Yeah, twofold. They got the coach and they got the guy with the checkbook. John Ruiz is spending $50 million a year on the damn athletic
Guys, we're
department.
$12 billion. He's basically said one of the 3 most important things in my life is buying wins for the Miami Hurricanes. That's a good thing.
It really is.
You know what? You guys are going to be happy with me. Screw the NBA. I'm excited for football. I am football mode.
No.
Doesn't make us happy with
No.
you.
Football.
No. That's pathetic.
I want football now.
No. See, you're just faking it.
No, the Canes and the Dolphins.
But that's it. You're such a bad fan.
You're a terrible
I mean,
fan.
come on.
If our poll question right now were to rate your fandom, it would get a 0 to 1.
-4 giving up on the Heat like that after. Come on, stop it.
It's okay. The
Stop
Heat are going
it.
to win Game 6.
See.
This is one of the more gullible people I've ever been around.
It's a huge
His
ball
mood
of clay
changes
over
like
there.
the wind.
It really is. A huge ball of clay over there. I'll tell you, some young lady's going to get a hold of you in about 2-3 years. She is going to whip you into shape, man.
And then dump you.
Right.
And then.
Right.
And if we're still with you, then, boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, she is really going to make an impact. She's going to toughen you up. All right. She's going to mold you into the young man that you're going to come to be. We're doing the best we can. It's not making any impact. All right. It's going to take a 23-year-old named Teresa.
And she's going to break your heart.
Yep. But it's going to be worth it. All right. That's what you need. Not right now, though. You're in no shape to handle her. We got to get you ready for her. That's our job. Miller and Moulton. But that's all. Like, I want one more for the Rangers. I was 28 when they won. I want one more. I do. Absolutely, I do. Would like one from the Knicks because, it basically didn't happen for me. I was 7. I don't remember. So give me one. And, it's been 35 years with the baseball team, the Mets. I want one more.
I would
do.
like one more. If I were to rank him, it would be a Sparty basketball followed by a Tiger.
Okay. And that's all. That's all I'm asking as a fan. That's it. Not getting greedy. Maybe it's because the teams I rooted for when I was growing up, the thought of even one would seem greedy. So
which teams offended you and which team is it that you most want to see get that title? If you're a Philly sports fan, which is the one that you want? If you're a Detroit sports fan, which is the one that you want?
Right. Which one's offended you last? And which one you can only get one? Which would it be? Like, I'm guessing the Detroit sports fan would say, well, the Wings gave me a lot here. Man, gave me a great quarter-century run. They gave me, 3 cups? They don't owe me anything.
I don't think the Pistons owe anything.
I don't think they owe you anything. I mean, they gave you 3?
Yeah.
Right.
And one was out of left field.
And went to 5 finals.
Right.
Yeah.
What would be greater for the state of Michigan? The Wolverines winning the national championship or the Lions winning the Super Bowl?
Yes. I'm with Mark. There was no second question you could come up with. Yeah.
It's the Michigan Wolverines.
Yes.
I mean, all you had to do was look at the atmosphere at the Big House when they finally slayed the giant that was Ohio State.
It's 100%.
And for my friends that were at that game and the way they talk about it, I mean, it is if that they got their national title back right then.
when we were at the 2012 title game between Notre Dame and Alabama, and we saw what being in that arena again meant to the Notre Dame fan. Just being in that arena. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for a moment, I almost didn't hate him. That's how cool it was having Notre Dame there.
Right. That was 6:30 to 7:30.
Game started, I changed a little
Right.
bit.
By 8:15. Okay. They went from we to they, didn't they?
I looked at David, and I've always, because I'm a diehard Spartan. I don't like the Wolverines and I don't like Notre Dame. Just the way it is. It's the way I was raised. And David was trying to make me pick between the two. And it was early first quarter.
So before the game, we just get to our seats. They haven't kicked off yet. And I say to him, all right, poll question of the game is, which one do you hate more, Michigan or Notre Dame? And he says, I need to think about it. 35 minutes goes by. They kick off. Each team's had the ball once. Literally in the middle of a play, he turns to me and he goes, Notre Dame. And I'm like, so last 35 minutes, that's all you've been thinking about? Yep. That's all I've been
thinking about.
Yep.
And those helmets on both schools are phenomenal.
They really are.
They can play each other every
uniforms.
day,
Yep.
and they look terrific on the field.
Yes, they do. But so I will give Felipe credit, even though he abandoned them for the rest of this season. He is wearing a Miami Heat t-shirt from when they won their first championship in the 2006 season. All right. Clinging to the past, because apparently at the age of 21, it's over for him.
Just a time when I was less offended. That's all.
21 years old. I'm offended.
I'm offended by the Miami Heat.
Best 3-point shooting team in the league.
No,
They
not
just,
last night.
and they just missed another one.
Right.
7 for 45. I was offended. Man.
How could you not be? That's all I'm saying.
As a basketball fan, I was a little offended. To be
I'll tell you what.
frank with you.
You are showing, all right, like some people are old souls, all right? You are showing that you are a young soul. You are showing, this is a sports fan analogy, not a personal comment. You are showing as a sports fan, you have no hair on your chest. All right. We're going to work towards it, baby.
And barely any on your upper lip. Miller and Moulton.
In fact, if you were still a fan, you'd shave it. Try to give them good luck.
Thanks for listening, Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts.
FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, FLGolfCarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Guy text, I'm a Reds fan, enough said.
Future poll question: who will have a better season, the Dolphins or the Hurricanes?
Hurricanes.
It's a good question, though. That's solid. We can break that sucker out in late August.
Although a Dolphins or Canes championship would probably be greater, I think I'm more excited for if the Marlins ever win one because of the payoff. Marlins are bad.
Dandy, where are you today?
Along the Riviera? Where are you?
Any chance you have a house in Southwest Florida you need to sell? It seems like you'd have a nice one.
Or do you have like a place where you need a house sitter?
Hey, by the way, great shirt.
Yeah, you like that? Got 2 more of them. Oh.
Hey, at least they gave you shirts.
Well, I had to ask. Okay. And I did this intentionally. First day, I showed up in an FGCU golf shirt because we weren't on TV. We're not on TV till today, like on camera part of TV. And so the ASUN person looks at me and goes, "You can't wear that." I go, "Well, yeah, I can." I said, "And besides, 20 years broadcasting ASUN Sports. I don't have an ASUN shirt." I go, "I got 6 pins. I don't have an ASUN shirt." She goes, "I'll fix that." I go, "Okay. What size are you?" I said, "Biggest ones you got." So there you go.
No, I don't think we're on the ticket. We're on what's called the Roar. I don't know what the call letters are.
Logic Man. When you make the money that we make.
2 translators, 93.5 and 99.1 FM. It's the Roar in Detroit.
It used to be on 3 translators. They took one away. We know the feeling. Well, I don't want the free shirts as much as everybody insists I need you to wear this. Well, then you need to give me some shirts.
Nothing better than the last place we were at, though, that we were supposed to buy the shirt, give it to them so they could put a patch on. I've never laughed harder in my life.
Mark didn't do it. I did.
It's not that I refused.
No, and Mark was right.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On this hour for the 239. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network, as we roll along on this final Thursday in May. Heading into Memorial Day weekend, we will be off Monday. We hope you all take a moment over the holiday weekend to recognize why it is a holiday weekend. And then otherwise, be safe, be well, have fun. We know many of you are beginning to travel today.
I have a neighbor, and I don't know him. Just, I go for my walk around my neighborhood, and someone that's on the far other side served, but has the whole yard decorated with not just the U.S. flag, but the Marine flag and the naval flag.
Right.
And it's
Coast Guard and
it gives you a moment of chills every time you walk by. And I know he'll have it ramped up even more this weekend. And it's for one of those things, it's just sobering to me every time I walk past there.
Yeah, you feel a little inadequate.
Yes.
And grateful all at the same time.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. You know who else feels inadequate? Are fans of a lot of teams. Got this text, David. All right, Mark, I want a Wolverine National Championship followed by a Tigers World Series. I have no hate for your Spartans, but I despise Notre Dame even more than Ohio State.
See there, wow. Love that hate. I love that hate.
You and I have said it for a long time.
In sports. In sports only.
And we're almost having to backtrack off of that when you see the Dodgers-Giants crap and
You're right.
Raiders-Niners crap and all of that. I don't.
We've changed it from hate to angst.
Yes.
Because of it, because unfortunately certain people have taken it too far. But we think it fuels the engine of college athletics especially. But we, just noted how bummed Felipe is after his Heat, or former team, Heat, because, he's abandoned them now. It's
That's
them.
not true.
It's them. It's not we anymore. It's they. All right. But, he's taking it pretty hard. They let him down last night. What was the word again?
Offended.
Right. He was offended by their performance. Well, he was personally offended. Okay. All right. Which just gets you asking, because we're in our 50s, Miller and Moulton here. And, I don't want to say I think about the end, but I have, from a sports fan standpoint, Mark, gotten to the point where I've looked at the Rangers and I've said, hey, you suckers going to give me another one? Or am I going to have to live vicariously through 1994? Because I don't know about you, but that video's starting to look pretty grainy. My baseball team hasn't given me one since 86.
Well, you just vaulted into a whole new era. Has your team won a championship in the HD era? Because a lot of, it pisses me off, quite frankly, when the NHL Network and you're just flipping channels and it's like NHL's greatest games. And it's some arbitrary game from a year and a half ago. I want to see a Canadians-Bruins game, or I want to see Rangers-Devils. I want to see a game that takes me back the way ESPN Classic did when it first came on, and I can remember when. But they don't show those.
Well, no, they got the all black, around the sides and the screen 70% because it's not in HD and it looks so different. But I'm with you. I still wish they would show that versus some of the new stuff that they show. But you know what I mean? Because, listen, Felipe, I don't think you're going to have an incredibly long championship drought with that particular team. It could be 15 years. All right. But I mean, talking about like the droughts that we're bringing up here. It's 28 years and counting with my hockey team. It's 36 years this year with my baseball team. And they're all the Pittsburgh fan who, if you took the Steelers out of the equation, the Pirates are 79. Trust me.
What about the Penguins?
Well, and the Penguins, fortunately, were 16 and 17, but Sid's 35. Okay. I mean, they only won championships when they got 2 of the 10 best players of all time. I mean, unless they get one of those again, it could be a while. But the reason why I think the Heat will be okay is that sport is star driven and stars want to live and play there. So I think you're likely not going to have a Dolphins like drought. I mean, think about it. You know, Dolphins haven't won one in almost 50. You know, the Marlins now are coming up on 20. How long do we think that one's going to go? Right now, will it double?
Put it this way. You made the comment. You put an end game on yourself earlier in the show. I never do that. You gave yourself the 20 to 25 more years on the planet comment.
Yeah, I'm 56.
I don't think that they win a World Series in that time.
So if let's be optimistic. Okay, give me 25.
I'll give you 25. I'll give you to 81.
Yeah, okay. So who's not winning a title in the next 25 years? I mean, think about that.
If I were to just do Miami sports, I think the Canes will, believe it or not, because with the Ruiz, Cristobal, and the fact that skip Cristobal with Ruiz, they got a guy who's got unlimited money in the NIL era that's willing to pay it to have a good football team. That seems a pretty good start.
And it's been 20 years, obviously. 01's their last championship.
So I would put the Canes up there, but I would put the Heat way ahead of them. I said the same thing to you during a break that David just said on air. Players want to play in Miami. They will always want to play in Miami. And free agency in football isn't enough to win a title. For whatever reason, the Marlins don't have the same attraction as the Heat. Free agents do not want to come play for the Miami Marlins.
I don't understand why, especially because, you know, baseball's more of a Latin-based game.
Because they won't get paid there. That's why. And they've seen that since they can't afford to pay players, you can't win there. So now it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy. And with the current ownership group, they're never going to be above the median, I don't believe, in payroll. Unless they can somehow, some way figure it out and get $30,000 a night in there. Okay, that's the only way possible for them to be middle of the pack or, God forbid, slightly above. I mean, remember when they won in 97, they were top 5 in payroll when they won their first World Series. I mean, there's a reason the team had to be broken up. It was a fortune. I mean, you know, the 03 team was done, you know, guys coming up through the system, key free guys, Pudge and et cetera. But, you know, the 97 team was top 5 in payroll in the sport. People forget that.
Yeah, they bought that title in a lot of ways.
And that's okay.
Yes, that's what the sport does. The
it's
Yankees have
fine.
done it a million times. No one's complained.
But that's a franchise that right now it's difficult for us to see financially how they're ever going to be even middle of the pack.
And they have never, ever had a fan base. Ever.
The Marlins?
No. They've had a fan base when Dontrell Willis pitched. You can go look up their fandom as far as in-stadium attendance. They've only had attendance when they've been really good, and that's only at the end of the year. It's not the whole season.
And another reason is, like, I would argue the Rays have a fan base. They don't go to the games, but they watch and listen. They've got great TV and radio numbers. The Marlins do not.
No.
Okay, and that's, to me, is further evidence. You got to find them somewhere. They either got to be at the game, watching to it, or listening to it. They're bottom 3 in the league in all 3.
You know, there is a park right next to where the Heat play called Bayfront Park. I believe there were plans to put Marlins Park there. If they would have put it there and you could hit home run balls into the Bay, that might have attracted.
It might have.
More.
And I remember when they were trying to do that. They,
Yeah.
you know, they settled on.
Oh, the side of the Orange Bowl. Keep the Orange Bowl too. Oh, I don't want to think about that alternate reality.
But there are many fan bases here. Like, I just got a text from a Buffalo fan. Think about it. Sabres been to 2 finals.
One game's still not over.
Right, haven't hoisted it. And as we know, the Bills have been to the final game 4 times. Been to the championship game 6 or 7. Yeah. So, I mean, that city is coming up on 60 years since they won an AFL championship. There are very few people alive in that region who have celebrated a pro sports championship. And I do think I'm telling you, it's why I am gullible to one parade. I think everybody needs a parade in their life. And I'm not talking about Memorial Day Parade, although they're tremendous. All right. And inspiring and sobering all at the same time. But I mean, think about the fan bases. Hey, listen, Sid's going to retire here probably in 3 years. Okay. Who knows when you're dancing with Lord Stanley again? I'll tell you that. Baseball team looks as if right now, poll question, which one wins a World Series first, Marlins or Pirates? Woo, boy.
Or Reds.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
where are you going to go? So it's stunning when you think about it, how many fan bases and how quickly the droughts get substantial. It's like, wow, it's been a quarter century. Oh my goodness, it's been 35 years.
Miller and Moulton. There's no doubt. We've gotten a lot of text here. 21,000 is the number. You text FSN radio to it if you've never done it before. Person says, Irish fan, by the way, commenting on our earlier text, the person who hated the Irish says, don't worry, us Notre Dame hate Michigan just as much as they hate us. My father turned into a Michigan fan. I haven't talked to him in 3.5 years now.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That's like sacrilegious. Going from Sparty to Wolverine?
No. Going from Wolverine to Notre Dame.
Oh, Wolverine to Notre Dame.
That's actually even worse.
That's even worse, yeah.
Well, and he went apparently from Notre Dame to Wolverine.
Notre Dame to Wolverine.
Hasn't talked to him in 3.5 years. I could understand not talking to him on those 12 Saturdays for 3.5 years, but come on now.
This guy says, the only team that I root for that's ever won anything is the Braves. My ultimate would be a Dolphins Super Bowl. I can't even dream how I feel every time the Miami Dolphins take the field since Jay Fiedler. I've been offended.
They have not played in an AFC championship game in 30 years. 1992, they hosted the Bills. Jim Kelly, who was injured and I think missed the first 2 games of the playoffs, was healthy for the AFC title game. They absolutely whooped them. 29-10, I think it was. Think about it. We know a lot of Dolph fans. They haven't even gotten to the Final Four in 30 years. 30 years.
We haven't won the division in my lifetime. Right?
I think that is right.
I think you're correct.
I think that is right. 99, I think's their last division title. I think. Miller and Moulton. We're trying to inspire. I think we're depressing. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You're so fucking wrong, right? You're
But
so fucking
that's-
right. Why
that's-
do you lose so fucking always?
It's awful.
So I looked right at her. I go, listen. And I mentioned you. I go, hey, Mark and I have been in a lot of seminars for a lot of consultants for reasons. All right. We were in a seminar. A consultant came through one time and preached us on the power of three. I go, and they're right. Okay. You never tease more than three things. Okay. I go, you need to find three things to run on. That's it. You don't fucking worry about anything else. I go, you can actually do, it's the economy stupid and only run on one. I go, but just three fucking things. And that's who you need to be for 10 years. I see if I'm my wife, this is these two issues. I told her, I go, you got to be willing to lose for 20 years on this. I go, because you're going to lose.
Did they win the division the year of the Wildcat? Did the Dolphins win the division?
They did. They won the tiebreaker.
That's what I was wondering. I didn't know if they.
Yep. Ravens came and kicked their ass. Joe Flacco was a rookie. So actually, Felipe, they have 2008. They won the division. Chad Pennington, the Wildcat.
Right. So the year that Tom Brady wasn't playing.
Well, he got hurt.
Well,
Yeah. But no, Felipe, you said they haven't won the division in my lifetime. They have.
He got hurt, and we can't have it both ways.
Felipe,
you cannot have it both ways.
With all due respect, we are on the radio.
Yes.
You state something as fact. If it's not factual, you need to go, oh.
I know. I'm just joking.
But also, we forgot about that season, too. It was a blip on the radar screen because they had losing seasons before it and losing seasons after it.
And that was the year after the Patriots undefeated regular season.
Correct. And the Dolphins went 1-15. And then the very next year, Dolphins went 11-5. Brady gets hurt in the first quarter. They still go 11-5. Dolphins win the tiebreaker. Patriots missed the playoffs at 11-5.
But my point is that if Brady would have played, they probably would have won the division. Also, Kyle Lowry and Max Strus, which is the Heat's starting backcourt combined in the last two games, have shot 1 for 28 from the field.
That would seem to be a problem.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Max Strus is starting is a problem.
Yeah, it was good at first, but now it's not looking good. He can't do anything, and he can't guard anyone.
Right. Well, he's a role player.
They switch Tatum and Brown on him all the time on purpose. Like, that's part of their offense, and it works a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, the Heat are predictable defensively in their switches.
Yes.
And we all wondered, we had even what's his face there? The Heat guy, he said it will be interesting if Miami adjust how they switch.
Oh, Tony Fiorentino?
Yep. And Logic Man, maybe you're right. I will say Embiid tweeted during the game yesterday, Butler needs another star. And I'm thinking to myself, you going to be that guy?
Yeah.
You going to ask out?
When we were talking about how superstars want to come to Miami, I was about to say, did you see what Joel tweeted? That would be something. He'd be the best Heat big man since Shaq. That's another thing I was spoiled. They traded for Shaq. They assembled Shaq and D Wade when I was 4.
Well, Riley as an executive he's had an Ozzie Newsome-like career. Hall of Fame, Riley was a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame executive. Newsom, a Hall of Fame player and a Hall of Fame executive.
He's the godfather for a reason.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
And we've been trying to be nice. Well, kind of all day because, he's 21 and his team lost and all that. But come on, we're just now you're getting the liners wrong towards the end of the show. I mean, come on. We don't care about the Heat.
I'm
man.
offended.
Right. I'm offended.
What if we're just flexing the fact to our local audience that we were on Michigan?
No,
we're not.
Nice try.
We're not.
Nice try.
Oh.
By the way, that ends tomorrow. You're going to have to get all the new liners put in so that on Tuesday morning. All right.
Well, Monday morning.
That's right. The best of. Yeah. Yeah. Get that computer working there, big fella. Miller and Moulton. Felipe, offended by the Heat's performance last night, abandoned them. We became they. And so we were asking you, when's the last time you were ever that offended by your favorite team's performance? And then it led us into a discussion about long championship droughts and just wanting one more. One more. That's it. One. I wonder how young the listener is right now who's thinking, man, I just want one more. Because think about it. When you're in your 20s and your 30s even, you're thinking multiple are possible here. Well,
I think you have to be to the 50s where you start thinking just one more.
I was wondering if there's anybody in their 40s out there who's wondering, man, if I could just get one more.
No damn way.
I am
50
starting
is a
to think
magical number
Yeah.
when it comes to that, I believe.
Yeah,
you change the way you think when you hit 50.
Double nickel. All right. I will say in the last 2 years, ever since I had the whole medical incident 2 years ago. All right. I mean, 10 days alone in the hospital because it was during the pandemic, no visitors. And you think about a few things. I mean, not about, serious life and, marriage, kids or anything like that. I mean, the important stuff, Mark. I mean, the Mets and the Knicks and the Rangers.
And you couldn't watch them, so you couldn't do self play-by-play while you were in there for those 10 days either.
No. What's weird is I only watched one TV show the whole time I was in there. And you would think it would have been Law and Order. But no, it was the Michael Jordan. It was that Jordan doc.
I'm either a really good friend or I'm the biggest jerk in the world. Because this guy's talking about having cancer and being in the hospital, and I'm laughing hysterically because he said he didn't watch Law and Order.
Right.
Now you have to been around a while that's David's go-to show.
Gonna say
It's the only reason David's not cutting the cord because he knows when he wakes up at 2 a.m. that what's there for him? Law and Order.
You know what is amazing is BBC's got a Law and Order day. Sundance has a Law and Order day. I mean, it is tough to go to the old remote and not find a Law and Order. And I don't mean SVU or what have you. No, the original Law and Order. It's the only one I'm interested in. I'm not even interested in the new Law and Order. I tried it. It's fine. But it's, what it was? All right. It's what we were talking about earlier in the show. You know what the new Law and Order is? They took my hole in the wall Law and Order, moved it to a nice, bigger corporate place. All right. It's not what it's fine. I know it's the same model, same people writing for it. You know what? I'd like to go back. Smaller restaurant. Can I wait in line? That would make me happy. So yeah, didn't even watch Law and Order, which is probably the last time I didn't watch Law and Order. But I thought about the important things, Mark.
Can the Mets give you another World Series?
Can the Mets and the Rangers give me one more?
Right. And can the Knicks give you one?
One. Right. One. Mm-hmm.
There's nothing deep down in your soul that lets you believe that the Knicks can get you one more, is there?
No, I still, I don't blame John Starks for the 2 for 18 in Game 7. That guys can have bad days. You know what I blame him for? He was red flipping hot at the end of Game 6, and the Knicks staged this big comeback, and they were down 2, and they ran a 2-man game with Ewing, and he comes off the screen, and he is open for 3. With like 10 seconds to go in the game. Shoot the ball. You've just made like 4 in a row. Never shot it. Knicks didn't score, lost by 2. And then 2 for 18. And yeah, right. So anyway, yeah, that's it. That's the important stuff, Mark. I mean, whatever, marriage, kids, grandkids. I mean, love my mom. She knows that, and what have you.
And I know when the Tigers made their run, like you mentioned, where they made the World Series, I was all in. And Ilitch was dumping all that money into the team. They were trying so desperately to get him his World Series before he died.
Right. Absolutely. But think about it. When the Marlins last won, you were, say, 30, 32 years old. Well, now the first digit's a 5. And if I were to pose to you and I'd just say to you, listen, I can guarantee you, by the way, you're going to get 30 more. You're going to get to 80. You think the Marlins win one for you?
No.
Which, if you think about it, that means you'd go the last 50 years of your life. And the baseball team, and let's face it, if you're a baseball fan, you watch a lot. You spend 2-3 nights a week at least for 5 months.
It's why doing this week in Detroit, and we kind of walked into this offended thing, but the Tigers are still a big deal. I was up there a couple of years ago for vacation, David, and I told you I'm sitting at breakfast and I'm listening to 4 old ladies, all first digits of 7, every single one of them. And you know what they were talking about? The Tigers. And the game that they'd lost the night before. It is, with the Twins, you lived in that part of the world. If you're a Twins fan or a Tigers fan. And
that's the summer.
It's the entire summer.
And it's the land of 10,000 lakes. And you go to the lake and the Twins are on the radio where the TV and the sound's carrying and everybody's barbecue and boating and what have you. And yeah, I mean, longtime voice of the Twins, John Gordon, lives in Southwest Florida. I mean, John knows. 30 years people had him on out at the lakes.
As a kid with my grandparents perch fishing, listening to the Tigers. As a young adult, going to my buddy's cottage with, his dad was a huge baseball fan, and that's what we did. You sat knee deep in lake water, listening to the Tigers in the afternoon.
It's sad. I can't even imagine 2 abuelitas talking about the Marlins in Miami.
Right. And that's why I don't think the Marlins will ever be good again, because they have been unable in their entire existence to really develop a fan base.
Do you remember 3 weeks ago we had David Sampson on, and we asked him a simple question: does baseball in Florida work? And he said the politically correct answer is to say, I don't know, but the evidence in Miami says the answer is no. And he goes, and I spent 18 years trying really hard.
His podcast is nothing personal. If you don't think he takes that personally, you're crazy.
But at the same time, they also haven't been good in that time. If a team is not good, no one's going to come and care.
That's interesting. And we used to do this all the time. Now that the Braves won last year, the question doesn't apply. But if you think about it, the Braves, beginning in 1991, had a hell of a run. I mean, 14 straight division titles, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And the one championship. And so it was always ironic. The Marlins had 2. The Braves had 1. And the Braves were really good every year. And the Marlins have been good twice. And we would ask sports fans, which would you rather have?
Which would you rather have?
I'd rather be a Braves fan.
Okay.
One less title.
Right. And up until last year, the mathematical equation was 2 is greater than 1.
Well, it's just more exciting.
Well, yes.
We don't disagree.
You look forward to each season more.
Well, and I think that's what you don't get. And that's the one thing about even the Marlins being a newer franchise. The Twins are off to a great start this year. We'll see what happens. But the Twins and Tigers have had a lot of bad baseball. It's still everyone's summer. That's the part that would be impossible for you where you grew up to understand. You live in a vacation paradise. Those places where it's cold, you run away on the weekends to get somewhere where you emulate a vacation. And what you did was listen to baseball for the entire summer.
Or go to a game.
Okay, music in our Twitch chat room. I'm 67. I'm a Cardinals fan. If they don't win another one, I've had a really good run. But I would like to see the Razorbacks win a national championship in football, basketball, or baseball. They'll get one in hoops or baseball. Okay, if you're 67, if you make it into your 80s, I think you'll get one.
Maybe.
Said I think. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark, the Heat's backcourt in the last two games, starting backcourt of Kyle Lowry and Max Strus, are 1 for 28 from the field. That is not good.
Oh, so I didn't even realize that. Anthony Walker gave the jersey up for nothing.
Oh, really?
He didn't ask for anything. He just gave the number up to Deshaun, and Deshaun gave him a Rolex and $50,000. Now, that's even a cooler story. That could, I can't have it as a good because, well, I can't associate him and good right now. That's a great question. What is the best sports scene in a non-sports related movie? And of course, it's Sal Capaccio, who we've had on the show, follows it up with, if you say the volleyball scene in Top Gun, I will block you.
I can think of one from a show.
Movie.
Dang, fine.
Non-sports related movie. The first one I thought of, and it's you've never seen it, is the football game in The Big Chill. The yard football game.
Right.
That was the first one I thought of. I got to see what the answers are now.
Oh my gosh. How about the scene where Mark Wahlberg accidentally shoots Derek Jeter and other guys?
Never saw it. Oh, yeah. You know what? I've got a winner. The football game in Wedding Crashers.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Pool volleyball and Meet the Parents. That's not bad. The Philip Seymour Hoffman shooting hoops and Along Came Polly. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
He can't make anything. It's almost right out of, he's just throwing bricks up and it's pretty funny. Naked Gun might be your winner. Ferris Bueller's at the Cubs game. Another good choice. Some good choices there. I'm glad I went through that. I feel better. I'm in a better mood now for going through that thread.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. Got a few goodies here, including birthdays that I think you'll be interested in.
I like goodies.
But we stumbled upon something early and then late in this show. Feeling abandoned by your team because they played so badly in an important spot. And then also the whole, hey, can I just get one more? And if so, from which one of your teams? One more. That's it. That's all I'm going to promise you. I'm going to promise you living to 80. You know, like when you do the hypothetical, would you trade your life to be Joe Borowski? All right. You know, you only get to keep your parents. You have to have parameters. So different spouse, different kids, the whole deal. You know, they don't exist. Would you trade it all to be Joe Borowski?
And would you take one more? If I give you 80, can you have one more?
I'll give you 80 and I'll give you one more title. Who does it have to be from?
That's a much more positive way to look at it, because we all of a sudden morphed into, do you think they'll get one by then?
Right.
And the no's start coming
right.
out, because it's hard when you look at bad teams to think they're going to win championships.
That's depressing. That's depressing.
And if you're a college football fan, unless you root for one of 6 teams, it's hard to think you're going to win a natty. How's Texas fan doing right now?
Yeah, really. And, you know, people forget, I mean, Ohio State went 34 years between football championships. You know, Texas went, trying to think, when was the last one before 05? Was it 69? I mean, you know, their drought was substantial too. And you're like, oh my goodness, it's Ohio State and Texas playing football. Hey, Michigan's championship drought from whenever it was to 97. And think now it's 25 years. Michigan. Notre Dame's is what? 88.
And the system is not set up for them to win another one.
No, it is not. And they're fine with that, by the way. They're fine with, no, we'll make the playoffs. We're good with that. Well, okay, if you go to home games, we understand we won't get one of those either. Okay. But we're in the game, right? We're relevant. We make our money and, we can do our thing. I mean, it is why Brian Kelly left. I mean,
it's harder. Everybody, and it's tough for the Notre Dame fan to take, but he left because it's going to be a much easier job to win a national title at LSU than it ever would be at Notre Dame.
Well, I think he left because he came to the conclusion, I can't win a title here. I can be relevant here. I can do top 10s every year. I can make a 4 or 8 or whatever you're going to make this playoff. But I can't win the last game of the year here. Can't do it. I think that's the conclusion he came to, and that's why he left.
Time now for
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When.
Big day today. 135 years ago today, 1887. Racetrack betting made legal in New York. Started it. Had to start somewhere.
what a great day.
Way to go, New York. 125 years ago, Dracula, the Bram Stoker edition, first published in London. That worked out well for everybody.
It did. You're right.
The very first 24 hours of Le Mans was 99 years ago today, 1923. The Beatles in 1967 released this little album, you may have heard of it, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Hope you've enjoyed the show.
Maybe I don't know if it's the best, but maybe the most iconic album cover ever.
Album was number one for 15 weeks. I think it's the most iconic.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best, but I think it's the most iconic album cover ever.
First Indy 500 on a Sunday was on this day in 1974. Johnny Rutherford won the first of his 3 titles. Did you ever do this song in karaoke? 1975 today, Glenn Campbell releases Rhinestone Cowboy.
I never did karaoke.
Okay.
But if I were to do karaoke, that would be a top 3 in my book. In fact, if I can do home karaoke by myself, I might go home and sing Rhinestone Cowboy later today.
Was the song of the year in 1975.
Wow.
One of the first songs I remember belting out in the shower. 9 years old. Good acoustics.
Boy, mom must have loved that.
Yep. Good acoustics at 18 Coster Boulevard.
Must be. My daughter will belt out her own singles, and my wife and I will go to the bottom of the stairs and not say a word and just sit there and like holding our mouths laughing
Right.
at the songs that are going on.
Yep.
I wonder if your mom did the same to your Glenn Campbell.
Well, and the problem was we were in a 1-bedroom apartment.
She didn't have to move.
I had the bedroom. All right. There was a living room, there was a kitchen, there was a small bath, and there was my bedroom at the back. It was a rectangular apartment. There was no place for her to hide. Her bed was in the middle of the living room. Where are we? 85, Danny Sullivan wins the Indy 500. It's the famous one, if you ever have seen the highlight of the racer who does the 360 at full speed during a lap, keeps it together, does not crash, and then goes on to win the race. That was Danny Sullivan in 85. In 88, first in 91, Rick Mears wins his 4th Indy 500, joining A.J. Foyt and Al Unser Sr. Remember the home run off Canseco's head?
Yes.
Carlos Martinez hit it today in 1993. Buddy Lazier won the first Indy 500 after the whole CART IRL split. It was 26 years ago today in 96. All right, big day, Mark, for those of us who are from Jersey, because it was today in 98 that the Supreme Court ruled that the Ellis Island, the gateway for millions of immigrants, it's in Jersey. Take a look at the map. It's pretty obvious. It's
Look, and I can look at a lot of maps and see a lot of obvious things. Like, how the hell does Oklahoma get that whole long band? Okay, I mean,
New York claimed it, and everybody went, "Yeah, okay." And then one day, somebody looked at the map and go, I can hit a 6-iron to it from Jersey, and Daly can't reach it from the other side.
explain the panhandle.
Hello. 2002, Helio Castroneves wins back-to-back Indy 500s, his first and second time doing so. He was the fifth to ever go back-to-back. Also, it was the day that Eminem releases the Eminem Show, which was not just album of the year, it was also the rap album of the year, which,
would make sense.
I know, but it doesn't happen very often that, the rap album of the year is also the album
There you go.
of the year. Tony Kanaan won the fastest Indy 500 in 2013. That was fastest until last year. All right, a lot of people no longer with us that were born on this day. We can go way back. James Arness, Al Jolson. Want to go baseball? A couple of managers who, Jim Fry took the Royals to the World Series in 80. Joe Altobelli won the World Series with the Orioles in 83. John Wayne was born 115 years ago today. Miles Davis.
Just never knew John Wayne walked like that.
Thank you, Birdcage.
Sorry.
Miles Davis would have been 96 today. Sally Ride, first female astronaut, would have been 71 today. Peggy Lee and Jack Kevorkian, also born on this day. Brent Musburger's 83. You are looking live. Darrell Evans, part of your 84 Tigers, right?
Yes.
75 years old. Dan Pastorini, Hank Williams Jr., and Philip Michael Thomas, all 73. Wesley Walker, 67. Stevie Nicks is 74. Lenny Kravitz is 58. Bobcat Goldthwait is 60, as is Jeannie Francis. Remember Laura of Luke and Laura fame?
Oh, yeah.
Lauryn Hill is 47, and Micah Parsons is 23. Today was the day.
I love Lauryn Hill. One of the best MCs of all time.
Couple of errors and omissions, David. Just on the birthdays, Levon Helm from the band, born today in 1940, no longer with us. And Michael Jackson married Lisa Marie Presley today in 1994.
Oh, wow.
That romantic encounter lasted a mere 20 months.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
A lot of happy parents because the class of Otis College Art and Design, 284, which is an LA art school, got a hell of a gift when it found out that the Snapchat co-founder, Evan Spiegel, is paying off every student loan debt from the graduating class of 2022. And I don't know if you're aware of this, David, but those art and design colleges are not cheap. The gift of more than $10 million by Spiegel's donation will take care of those students and a few more. For the bad, we go to Broward County where, I don't know if it was the whole Lake Mead bodies in the barrel thing, but apparently they're finding cars all over Deerfield Beach underwater, and they're trying to figure out how many bodies are going to be in them. A nonprofit called Guardians for the Missing that started in 2006 trying to find people that have been lost in submerged cars and things of the like have made their way to Broward County, where they picked out a couple of cars yesterday and no bodies. They think there's 15 more at the bottom of the lake. And finally, the ugly. We go to Cape Coral, where Cape Coral met with Cape Coral police, knocked on a door because the neighbor called on him. Seems that neighbors had a problem with him shooting iguanas in the backyard.
Well, I could see where they would.
He started shooting them with a pellet gun, And the neighbor came over and asked him what the F he's doing, and he returned and said, I'm effing killing an iguana. Apparently, there's a safe way to do it and a stupid way to do it. The stupid way is with the gun. At least that's what police said. So don't shoot iguanas. And that's the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 26th, 2022.
Mark, I hate to say this, but they recommend you kill iguanas in Miami.
Not
They're a
with guns,
very
though, do
invasive
they?
species.
Don't they get them trapped, I would imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they want neighbors out capping iguanas with their sidearm. It just seems like something that could go bad quickly. And yes, they are.
They eat the plants.
And they're making their way to this coast.
Yes.
Another thing that you've brought us that we don't necessarily want. More traffic and iguanas.
ESPN Hockey Night. Double dip Rangers Hurricanes early.
Give me the home team.
Well, they are 6-0 at home in the playoffs, 0-5 on the road. Rangers have only won one road game also. They're 1-4 on the road. That would seem to be the play. Meanwhile, Calgary tries to stay alive at home against Edmonton with the Oilers up 3-1. Both games on the four-letter network. Do the Warriors get it done tonight? They're a 7-point favorite at home against the Mavericks.
I'll keep playing it. I got to double down on this one from my loss 2 nights ago.
Yeah, well, first off, with the way the playoff games are going, you shouldn't take points. You should just pick winners.
Correct.
I mean, we said it earlier, last 2.5 weeks, the average NBA playoff game's been decided by 18 points. What was it last night? 13? 93-80?
I don't even know. I turned it off.
You turned it off?
Of course.
I didn't even turn it off. Comebacks happen in the NBA.
With a minute left.
Well, that's not turning it off. That's going to bed. I mean, a minute left, so that's not. You turning it off is turning it off when they went down 20 early fourth.
No, I had it on.
Okay. I mean, that's turning it off. That's giving up. When you're down 20 and you just shut the TV off because you can't deal with it. And knowing you'd pace around for 15 minutes, put the TV back on. Have you ever shut a game off mid-game and then gone back to it with one of your teams?
I stepped out of the room.
Probably should have done that last night. Might have changed the luck.
Or just shave this.
I was surprised you still had it this morning. I thought your playoff mustache might be gone after that loss.
I walked away from the Bills-Oilers playoff game when Houston got up 38-3 after the pick six to start the third quarter, and I thought, or they got up 35-3. And I'm like, I could do some things here. About 30 minutes later, I came back. It's 35-24. I went, what the?
I left one Michigan State game in a tournament against UCLA, and they were down 20, and I grabbed my kid, and I said, and a buddy of mine, we all left. State ended up losing by 2. I will never leave a game early again. Even though they didn't come back and win, I was sick. Sick to my stomach that it was going to be this great comeback, and I missed it.
My stupid grandfather was banging on the door at Game 6 of the Ray Allen game. Never again.
One of my favorite highlights in sports is that car leaving the parking lot at Dodger Stadium when Gibson hits the homer and they hit the brakes right as the place goes nuts. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak.